Good morning, everyone. We're delighted that you have joined us today. As a coordinator of this event, I'm happy to announce the beginning of the 23rd International Music Theory Conference, Principles of Music Composing, National versus Global. This is the 23rd conference already, and the event started more than 20 years ago. Since then, every year, specific and different subject has been covered and analyzed, such as creative process, sacred music, the phenomenon of rhythm, melody, sonorism, and many others. Each conference has been accompanied by a scientific publication in English. This year, the conference focuses on the balance between national and global as a compositional dilemma. The organizers of the conference are particularly interested in the concept of national music and its perspectives in today's cultural environment. Hereby, we have invited scholars to explore the compositional processes of national music as a cultural ecosystem in a multiverse of global tendencies. During the 3 days of the conference, 18 papers will be presented by speakers from such countries as Austria, Estonia, Ghana, Greece, the United Kingdom, Canada, Poland, Lithuania, the Netherlands, Georgia, Serbia, Taiwan, and Ukraine. One concert and a discussion will also complement the program of the conference. The whole event is being broadcast via the live YouTube channel of the Music Academy. Thus, a significant part of the audience is expected to be watching online. And now I would like to express many thanks to the organizers and supporters of this event. The conference is organized by the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre and Lithuanian Composers Union and supported by the Lithuanian Council for Culture. Now we would like to invite the Vice Rector of the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre, Ramunė Balevičiūtė, to say a few words.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues. I would really like to congratulate you with such a topical and urgent theme of the conference. This issue is being discussed in the various fields by scholars and artist researchers. So I believe in this really tense intellectual energy of this event. And the next thing I'm really proud of is the close and very fruitful collaboration between scholars and artist researchers and artist thinkers. Personally, I'm very interested about the possibilities and opportunities that this collaboration between academics and artists can bring and contribute to the development of academic thought and to the artistic universe. So I wish you very fruitful discussions and interesting work at the conference, and enjoy Vilnius. Thank you very much.
I would also like to invite the chairman of the Lithuanian Composers Union, Mykolas Natalevičius.
Good morning, dear colleagues, and I would like to also warmly welcome you at this beautiful hall of Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre. And I would like also to say great thanks for the team of that conference, and especially Professor Rimantas Janeliauskas, who has started this movement of connecting compositional practices with theory, and has started this conference, which is happening currently 23rd time. So I would wish for us of all that this conference would be happening for, well, let's see, 100 years. And actually, the topic is very relevant for this time. And actually, there are a lot of questions which could be answered and discussed here because, well, these oppositions connect such things, and it questions whether the national versus global, it is matter of scale, of smaller groups of people versus bigger groups, or all around the world, and whether it is geographical things, whether some specific artistic practices. And I think that we are having also not only the conference sessions, but also the discussion, also the concert. So I think that it will be very nice time to, first of all, meet, talk, discuss, and I wish you all have creative and fruitful discussion about this very complex topic. So thank you and wish you a good flight.
Thank you. And finally, I would like to introduce the head of the scientific committee and the founder of the conference, Professor Rimantas Ineliauskas. Please, a few words.
Good morning. It's a great privilege and honor for me to welcome dear guests, participants, and all those who have come to the 23rd Conference on Music Theory, Principles of Composing in Vilnius. I wish all of you productive and creative work, new scientific ideas, a pleasant atmosphere of communication, and all the very best. Good luck.
Yes, we look forward to a very active and productive work accompanied by lively discussions and eye-opening presentations. So now I give the floor to the moderator of the first session, Dr. George Holloway.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. And it's an honor to be here. Very happy to be here after 11.5 years away from this beautiful place. So the first session is titled Theoretical, Philosophical, and Historical Aspects of National versus Global. We have 4 speakers in the first session. Each speaker will speak for between 20 and 25 minutes, and there will be 5 to 10 minutes of time for discussion after each speaker. So the first speaker is Ramūnas Motiekaitis of the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre, and his paper is called The Spectrum of National Identity, Some Philosophical Considerations.
Is it like this? Да, достаточно было. Yes, thank you for this possibility. In order to delve into concepts of national and global, first at all, we need to discuss philosophically the question of identity. Identity, as Latin term suggests, it is about sameness, idem, constancy, stability, unchangeability, something that remains under any condition. Therefore, this concept could be placed beside most fundamental Western ontological concepts such as being, essence, form. Also, it has never gained so much attention during the history of philosophy. Considerations about identity starts from John Locke. In the sphere of culture and society in recent centuries, where identity figures as fundamental principle and requirement. Identity, as we know, is considered as a collection of certain attributes characteristic to person or culture. Thus, identity emerges as determination by associating with certain attributes and at the same time dissociating from other attributes chosen by a subject or collective subject, such as nation is. Looking from this perspective, the structure of personal identity and national identity have a lot in common. Experiential or phenomenological perspective would be relevant starting point in attempts to define identity. At least three closely interconnected layers of identity can be seen in phenomenological research. Layers of self and embodied existence, layer of time and wealth, and layer of sociality and identity. The experience of identity. I'm sorry, I have to replace my car. Nicholas, can you help? I guess it's, thank you. And please, the key is here. Yes, in the middle. Yes, so. Yes. The most basic layer of identity and existence is pure ego, or as Edmund Husserl says, minimal self, which is distinct from social self. However, there is a problem in defining this layer as initial, since pure experience does not explain continuity or diachronicity, which is fundamental for ego as identity. All attempts to elucidate the notion of personal identity independently of and in isolation from the notions of narrative, intelligibility, and accountability are bound to fail. If the initial layer of identity can be grasped, it is possible only on a secondary or derivative layers of identity. However, in this way, this initial can be hardly considered as initial. For identity to exist, temporal dimension is necessary, since temporal distinctions, for example, the present-past distinction, exist for someone. Time implies a self. Time also implies narrativity and language, which mediate our experiences, both in personal and collective senses. Finally, the most foreground layer of identity on which manifestation of national identity is based is social interrelation identity, which takes place in forms of struggle, recognition, and conflict, or on the level of shared emotions, values, and activities. So things what I have just said could be explained in the following scheme. So there are several layers of identity. And of course, these layers of identity were interconnected and were grasped. Each without other is impossible to grasp. So starting from phenomenological observations and finding that narrative is a necessary precondition of having identity, it is logical now to turn to structuralist definition of identity. From this point of view, any identity as a linguistic articulation must have its contra-identity. Self-identity or national identity as narratives unavoidably imply other. And this is nice English play of words, mother and other. So something needs to be mother to be, so we can write it like this, yes. On experiential level, self as a subject can emerge only as an opposite perspective to an object. In the level of cultural or national identity narratives, any identity needs mother identity to articulate itself. We immediately see that from this point of view, pure, naturally emerging uncontaminated, as Derrida would say, identity is not possible. Thus, identity could be considered as ever-changing act of linguistic constructing or taking position in differential linguistic network. Conceptual linguistic distinctions or semiotic axes such as I, other, we, way, local, cosmopolitan, national, global, tradition, progress, are necessary in any identity formation. Are phenomenological, structuralist, and even post-structuralist notions of identity comparable? I will try to elucidate their points of touch here. My foreground narrative identity is defined by endless dialogue with other. Identity is never something in itself and via itself. In most initial sense, identity unfolds as spontaneous libido act, which emerge in subject-object, me and the world opposition, and thus these oppositions belong together. Such primordial distinctions that make identity emerge extends up to a world of animals or even microbes. Most primordial level of national cultural identity also emerges spontaneously. It is surrounding nature or everyday objects seen around, gestures of humans shown, or language melody heard. All these happen before reflection, and therefore we are hardly aware of our identity. But it is not an identity as we usually define it. In I or we are aware of self as a self, and only in this awareness we emerge as a certain distinct being. I or we are also constructing a narrative of being distinctive. We collect attributes which could be considered as ours and reject what is considered as foreign. Semiotic regime predominant in the West for at least 2 last centuries encourages or even requires to be unique in personal or collectively personal or national senses. The origins and reasons of such thinking are not questions of this presentation. However, in the concept of identity as something identical and in itself, paranoid regime, according to Deleuze, is at work. Identity is attempted to make integral and closed. It is defined by dissociation from other identities and paranoically tries to defend itself. It brings to foreground elements of continuity by making elements of discontinuity insignificant. So, Deleuze's insights about thinking and immanence could be also applied to construction of identity. One does not think without becoming something else, something that does not think, an animal, a molecule, a particle, and that comes back to forth and revives it. Identity is plural and not self-evident. That is why we try to define its boundaries. Looking from Deleuzean perspective, identity emerges in endless and multi-layered matrix in which I am always mediated by non-I. Such dialectical structures are known from German idealism. However, as distinct from idealist stance of self-made identity, Deleuze invites to open and schizophrenic identity. If identity in romantic manner is related to authenticity and naturality that emerge spontaneously, romantic identity should be also schizophrenic identity. However, as we know from many examples, it is not so. Romantic identity in most cases is a voluntary action of constructing self and eliminating elements that contaminates it. Construction of such identity, like nothing before in the history of art, is based on conflict between I and non-I, which can be seen at least in artists' claims for uniqueness and originality, or unique national identity. However, such claims especially shows how the mother is present in all such atoms. After all these considerations, I would like to offer an experimental model that elucidates the structure of identity and combines both phenomenological, structuralist, and post-structuralist perspectives. It reminds Algirdas Julius Greimas' generative trajectory model. As we know, there are three interconnected layers of narratives: fundamental syntax, discursive syntax, and narrative syntax. There are differences of specific stories. However, all stories, including personal identity or national identity, are based on more fundamental mechanisms of meaning articulation. Therefore, identities can also be analyzed as multi-layer narratives. So, at the most fundamental layer of identity narrative construction, we will find subject-object distinction, libido-based conjunctions or disjunctions of these polarities, rudiments of linguistic differentiation as a basic mode of human being in the world. At the medial level, we will find rudiments of narrativization, temporal continuity, and disruptions as a basis of identity, mechanisms of identifications with certain entities and disidentifications from other. At the most visible surface level, we will find specific narrative which manifests certain identity, concrete distinctions between my style and other style, our national identity and their national identity, and stylistic choices of myths or aesthetical manifestations of identity. Identity as a narrative could be also presented as a differential process in a semiotic square. So, dissociation from something means dependability on what we are dissociating from, and inclusion of dissociated element into a constitution of identity. Thus, post-structuralism is already implied in this model. To represent in terms of structure, we could think about identity not as a position in a semiotic square, but rather as a dance on all semiotic axes, on this axis, where we cannot identify the identity. And this is my experimental drawing, yes. Identity encompasses all the positions and in this way denies itself. It is inseparable from matrix of all other possible identities that define identity. What I want to say by this is that identity is not a locus, but rather a spectrum. In a spectrum, certain territory is more visible in the foreground, but other territories are also constitutive parts. With spectrum perspective, of course, has a lot in common with schizoanalysis or deconstructive analysis. And so some conclusory remarks. If identity is a part of continuum, identity is already a complex identity in which the whole continuum is reflected. If narrative is a part of continuum of narratives, every narrative is already a complex narrative in which the whole continuum of narratives is reflected. If every identity is constituted by relation with other identity, neither of identities is substantial. And so, after discussing these philosophical issues, I would like shortly glimpse at how concept of identity evolves in artistic sphere, especially in the dialectics of national and global. The emerge of nationalism, as Ernest Gellner in his study reveals, is inseparable from processes of rationalization and industrialization, which started with modern ages and reached their peak during the 19th century. The new organizational units, yes. All social strata unifying national state was needed in order to replace traditional hierarchy-based social models. The arts, together with standardized state-administered education system, was among the most powerful ways to create sense of unity between new nation-based communities. Yes. I would like to introduce a distinction between auto-evolving and constructed self-aware identities. As Gellner's study shows, members of traditional societies are hardly aware of nation and national identity. Concept of identity is limited to certain tribes, social groups, or geographical areas. Identity evolves by inheriting lifestyles or habits of these groups. However, this identity does not concern about itself as identity. The self of lower or higher origin is defined as a part of cosmic order, which is inherited and hardly changeable. That is why it can be called auto-evolving identity. It is different from definition of identity that stems from Enlightenment and Romantic paradigms. Both of them require ego position, either as rationally thinking or subjectively feeling subject. Ego's action is required. Ego is aware of herself, and this awareness results in uniqueness in both personal and collectively personal or national planes. Since humans, in many cases, are more similar than different, difference has to be invented. This is why it can be called constructed identity. Glorious past, historical and cultural heroes, epitomized uniqueness of language, nature related with psychological aspects of community, and differentiations from neighbors that are often characterized by stereotypes. All these are essential aspects of national identity myth. On the personal level of modern identity, to give a banal example, up to these days, the major concern of artists is to be unique. To be unique means to be aware about tradition and context against which uniqueness can be constructed. So there is a paradox of identity. In traditional, pre-global world, with many separated local communities and styles, identities existed, but members of communities did not concern about them. In the global world, with unavoidable cultural industry principles and homogenization, unique identity is rare, wherefore it has to be constructed. So to have an identity nowadays means endless solving and unsolvable compromise. How to be unique, but at the same time to be universal. On the level of national identity, it means compromises between what is defined as genuinely local and cosmopolitan or global. Which also means the narratives of national uniqueness from creator side, as well as hermeneutics of national uniqueness from receiver's side. Hermeneutics of national uniqueness and hunting for national elements in art is especially evident in small nations. The history of national art, which started with emergence of national states, could be regarded as a history of successful compromises. The dialectics between local and global can be roughly illustrated by the following scheme. Yes, it is created, national music with by cosmopolitan and civilized composers. National identity cannot deny civilized achievements of the global world. So as Gellner notices, the high cultures comes to dominate in a quite new sense. The old doctrines associated with them mostly lose their authority, but the literate idioms and styles of communication they carried become far more effectively authoritative and normative, and above all, they come to be pervasive and universal in society. In other words, virtually everyone becomes literate and communicates in an elaborate code, in explicit, fairly regularized sentences, not in context-bound grunts and notes. Yes, I'm sorry, it's much better to see that quotations. So my last remarks. Nowadays, we can see same scheme of predominance of cosmopolitan global elements in so-called, for example, world music. Elements that sound exotically local are incorporated into global popular style music, which is broadcasted worldwide. Contemporary composers these days seldom consider themselves as national. However, we can still find elements of national uniqueness, narrative, and hermeneutics of national uniqueness that function as a way to be visible in a global contemporary music market. Global identity from a first view is schizophrenic. All identities are welcomed and can participate in global cultures, games of power. However, in these games, there is an aspect of paranoia. Cultural industry tolerates only elements that are acceptable to the market. For example, Chinese national orchestras, Lithuanian folk orchestras, contemporary music with program notes appealing to unique national elements, above-mentioned world music phenomenon. Global market requires uniqueness. However, at the same time, it needs to neutralize the uniqueness by placing too exotic or raw elements into well-established forms. In this way, local global dialectics repeats hybridization patterns that started with emergence of national art in 19th century. So Jean-François Lyotard insight about postmodern condition, democracy and capitalism could be applied to local global dialectics in music as well. There are plural language games, which, however, do not destroy the system, but on the contrary, makes the system work more effectively. So if the personal or national identities are so-called grand narratives, it is not surprising that nowadays we are in crisis. However, this crisis in most cases is just theoretically reflected. Behind the concepts of national and global identities, there is dialectic of enlightenment and romanticism, mechanical and organic, self and other. These dialectics, together with claims of authentic identity, are essential elements of culture in the age of cultural industry, which seems has no end. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ramonas. So we have a few minutes for questions. Would anyone like to?
Thank you very much, Ramonas, for such an insightful presentation. I would like to ask you, in the discourse of music theory, because you're talking about identity as a spectrum and as continuum rather than a locus and some stable thing. How do you feel, how do you see the relevance of the concept or the dichotomy of rhizomatic identity versus the roots identity according to the Deleuze and Guattari?
Yes.
How, to what extent this concept is still relevant? Because I've got a feeling that we have already gone far away from that, and this dichotomy is not so relevant anymore. Thank you.
Well, of course, in practical dimension, my considerations were just theoretical, and in practical realm, we act very spontaneously. Don't think about it. And if there is something national in us, some identity, it is manifested definitely, but we should be aware that identity is not a locus, but rather something we cannot explain completely. It is always changing. So, of course, it's just theory. But is it relevant or is it not relevant? It's hard to answer this question.
I would like to sort of piggyback on this rhizomatic root identities. Theoretically, it may be open to question whether it is relevant or not. But in a pragmatic, in a political sense, it is very important. And when I say that, I have in mind, let's say, the situation in Serbia with this cross retraditionalization which is going on, and which has been going on for the last couple of decades, when every now and then you hear about it's our roots, it's roots. It's simply a very useful antidote to this root sort of thing. Whether it's theoretically justified, it's in another sense, but pragmatically very important.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you for your comment. Yeah.
And well, I might ask something. I mean, your presentation is just about, at least 3 or 4 very serious studies that could arise out of this presentation, and probably the fundamentals for everything that will be said in this conference. But I'll just go back to something that you said at the beginning about temporality and the self. Is the self in this case used in its psychological sense, like the self-psychologist Hans Kohut or something else? In this case, I would sort of be a bit more cautious in that subjectifying the concept of time in that way. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to think in a phenomenological sense, like intentional consciousness, the content of that, rather than psychology?
Actually, I haven't touched psychology at all, seems in my presentation.
Just the word self wasn't clear in which sense it was used, so I haven't.
Sorry, it's for me a little hard to understand the question. Could you formulate it more precisely? So,
since you mentioned the self,
yeah,
it is a concept which, to my mind, immediately brings the idea of self-psychology.
Yes.
Which you didn't mention, but just the use of the word self sort of suggested me that.
Yes, now I understand.
So I was trying to clarify exactly what is self if it is not like Heinz Kohut and self-psychology.
Selves which evolve spontaneously in the world, but which still doesn't think about himself or herself as a certain role in society. That's what I mean. Kind of personal self. Yeah. I mean, shall we go back to the scheme I just shown?
Okay, it's not necessary. I understand where you're
No,
heading.
psychology, of course, it can be included, definitely.
And of course, time has a very important psychological dimension, but somehow.
No, I mean, time, if we, as I told in the very beginning and based my considerations on these phenomenological observations, time and narrativity is necessary. But time and narrativity is not necessary narrativity about certain roles, about certain consciously identified identities. Something that your life evolves.
Okay, thank you.
So that's
okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ranas. Next, we have Stacey Jarvis of the University of Manchester, UK. Her paper is Music as a Means of Forming National Communities.
No. Oh, yes.
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 You can use this.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stacey Jarvis. Since I applied for this conference, I did indeed graduate from University of Manchester. I'm currently pursuing my PhD at the University of Birmingham. Over time, nationalism acquired the characteristics of a political principle. Ideology and legislation, as well as formal and informal political practices. In musical culture, it has also become a political construct. In times of war and schism, turmoil and riots, of all the arts, only music could be the cementing material to prevent national identity from collapsing following loss of significant parts of the state territory. Therefore, music could most successfully act as arena for the political ideology of nationalism. The reason for this, in my opinion, is clear. In the Middle Ages, only music was a direct companion of man in his social activities, and this in turn was the carrier and direct component of secular and religious life. In Louis VI's France, when the king owned a territory barely the size of today's tiny province of Ile-de-France, the people of Toulouse felt as French as the people of Calais, because they listened to the same French organ tunes in church every Sunday, at the same and the same French troubadours tunes every Saturday. Henry the Great's Cyclopean English Empire had not dozens but hundreds of ethnic groups, but they were all British, not in a sense of blood, but in a sense of soil, not in origin, but in the unity of musical culture. A Basque from Navarre and a Norman from the Shetland Islands were as British as the Baron from the banks of Thames, because they all listened to the same English musical ballads about King Arthur and his glorious knights. The unifying role of music in the state stage of nation building cannot be overemphasized. Of course, it plays such a role only because nationalism was a political principle of state and not simply a religious or civic theoretical ideology of the ethnic groups living within their borders. It is unlikely that members of the ethnic groups described would have felt themselves to be French or British had it not been for the deliberate nationalist policies of King Louis VI or Henry II, who used music to strengthen their states. Thanks to cultural nationalism as a state doctrine and practice, long before the emergence of nations, people of a single state gradually began to feel, well, or at least imagine themselves as a single ethnic group. The game of national simulacrum took place in every ethnic community that did not become national in the 18th century. The most important basic variants of this game are the Romantic traditions of Rossini, Weber, and the post-Romantic tradition of Wagner, musicians who were already famous as founders of schools during their lifetime. They were given to them precisely because all other musician trends in music of the era of national construction can be reduced to them, decomposed in this basis. It is not by chance that all three base traditions are directly related to stage play. The composers of the first wave Romanticism, or the so-called pure movement, had almost the most difficult task of all. They were faced with the task of introducing simulacrum of the most national characteristics into musical culture, a task that no musician before them had ever faced, and which can easily have failed because of the public's rejection of a previously unknown musical element. Probably nowhere more than in theatre, stage play is universal musical play so explicitly present. Is it any wonder that the very pieces of music that can be played began to be used mainly in the period of early Romanticism for the task set by nationalism? The enormous success of opera, for example, in the 19th century, which it has not enjoyed before or since, is due precisely to the fact that it is the most appropriate genre of national simulacrum. The peculiarities of German opera made the national consciousness forget who Napoleon was and count the chronology of the national community from post-imperial times, without remembering either the 18th century or classicism. They refused even to feign continuity and made a gap in time between 1789 and 1815, leading to the imagination of the German nation with all the more ease, since there were little to remember German ethnic musical culture. Folk melodies and tunes were too few and did not represent the foundation of national music that could be called folklore. Therefore, the entire tradition of German Romantic opera was invented by Weber through simulacrum, literally out of nothing. One of the most persistent simulacrum in his Singspiel technique, which the composer used as a feature of national musical culture in all his operas except Eurante. The simulacrum becomes so popular that it was precisely because of its absence that Eurante immediately ceased to be loved by German and Austrian public after its premiere, and was soon removed from the repertoire. It is an instructive example of how a national simulacrum can be much stronger than true aesthetic feeling. Another group of simulacra related to the artificial simplicity of the German melodies positioned by the composer as national melodies. For example, the waltz from Eurante is such a primitive musical construction that it can hardly even be called a Ländler. Despite the 3/4 time signature designated by the composer, when reading the score, it is instantly clear that the time signature is actually 6/8, with a clear double split of bars, which just does not at all mark the retouch of the dotted rhythm from the 4th notes imposed by the bassoons, French horns in D formation, second violins, and violas. The simplicity of the waltz as a national simulacrum was invented by Weber to emphasize the difference between the German nation and that of the French, whose musical culture was characterized by the complexity and pretentiousness. Finally, Richard Wagner's national simulacrum is taken to a level that no other musical tradition can match. With the great musical reformer, opera is transformed from a combination of score, libretto, and author's notes, as it was with Weber, into a Gesamtkunstwerk, infinite universal continuum in which the musical, poetic, and visual arts are very closely interwoven. Wagner made no secret of the fact that his works were intended to influence mass consciousness in order to form a single grand national narrative. In this connection, Nietzsche once remarked already after his break with Wagner that, quote, "Wagner is not a genius. He's a terribly contagious disease which has affected the whole nation. He plays," Nietzsche goes on to say, "with every religious and artistic form of culture, and the result is the properties of the German people. A neurotic, a pathetic victim of his own music, he has achieved his own because of he is the Glinzer of Glinzers, and his writing is a magical garden of superfine and intoxicating Germanness." End of quote. Well, indeed, even if we turn away from attacks of the composer Nietzsche, the national paradigm of Wagner's works taken on an omnious connection, we, in the complete absence of them, representing not an explosive version of cultural nationalism, as in Italians, for example, where the nation fills the whole world with itself, but the strongest impulsive version of nationalism in music, kind of a black hole, where the whole world is drawn into the nation, falling into which the whole world culture alienates, shrinking into a small lump. What remains is the void in German musical art, so that world culture is perceived as the complete identity of German culture. It can be said that Wagner's national simulacra created a national German empire and paralleled in history, out of hundreds of splinter principalities not seeking unification. It was simulation that enabled Wagner, in the words of Cosima, his wife, quote, "to make the non-existent and unreal so masterly as to make the unimaginable quite existent, reasonable and living forever," end of quote. Without Wagner, Bismarck or the Hohenzollern dynasty would never have been able to unite them semi-feudal monarchies, drowning in mutual petty feuds. So it is to the great composer, not to the chancellor and his assistants, that the honor of inventing the nation of Germans should rightly be attributed. The nation understood and recognized this, unlike the Reich government, which is why Wagner's obituary, printed in all the central newspapers in 1883, openly stated, his fame surpasses that of kings and emperors. The main regularities of the integration of music and nationalism has been established. Music is at the same time a direct instrument of nationalism, a means of inventing non-existent national traits, and a tool for genesis of nationalism themselves. The most important stages of this quasi-evolutionary process are identified and characterized. These stages are mythological, theoretical, ideological, political state, national educational, and national protective. It is provided that music is not only used for nationalistic purposes and as an effective means of influence on mass consciousness, but there is also an opposite influence. There's an expansion and enrichment of the musical arsenal due to the development and implementation of nationalistic programs. It is shown that the principal mechanisms of creating national communities through music and managing national consciousness are invention and simulacrum. The blurring of national identities is possible through the modernization of music. Identified the reasons why the link between nationalism and music has weakened in recent history. It is the most postmodern musical movements are destructive and national agendas. However, it is established that the dialogue between music and nationalism can be renewed in modernity, despite its slight probability and so far rare presence in social reality, for example, ethnic music. The study examines the mechanism of imagining national communities through music. Often the main mechanisms is simulacrum, the creation of irreferential sign symbolic complex structures that have no connection with historical reality, but nevertheless claim the status of tradition and control the national consciousness. The most of history, the national educational role of music has been characteristic, but in the modernity, beginning with the modern era, its role has changed dramatically. From a means of shaping, inventing, and imagining nationalities, as well as ethnic and national communities, musical art has become a tool for destroying the integrity and a strong factor in countering nationalistic agendas. The artificial inclusion of contemporary music is anti-national projects has been possible since the early 20th century, when there was an almost complete breakdown of the link between music and nationalism. The reasons for this are, first, the turn of many composers of late post-Romanticism to realism, and the construction of their works on the principle of a rhapsody of real ethnic and folk motives, a cohesive noise material. Second, artificial fitting by the government elites on musical works, which do not contain the ideas of nationalism or nationalistic stamps, and discrediting by this the real musical nationalism. Third, the joint socio-cultural struggle of composers nationalists against Wagnerism and Wagnerian national ideology in the late 19th and early 20th century. The related development of anti-classicism currents, for example, Impressionism, as a departure from the principles of classical music identified with Wagner in the first half of the 20th century. Fifth, the indifference of modernist neoclassicism to national ideas in music. Sixth, the involvement of music in the sphere of mass culture and of musical works in the sphere of mass production, the transformation of classical music into Schlagerism. Seventh, the corresponding reaction of composers to this in the form of the emergence of the modernist avant-garde. Postmodern music is also a means of constructing group identities. In the conclusion, the dialogue between music and nations has a future. The most acceptable forms for this are neo-romanticism or currents close to it, as well as ethnic music. At the present time, as the historical analysis of the development of musical culture has shown, there seems to be no musical traditions more suitable for the implementations of nationalist programs, as well as for the construction and maintenance for the integrity of national communities. This marks the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Very much, Stacey. Are there any questions from the floor? Okay, Stacey, I'd like to thank you very much for your talk. I'd like to pursue the question of Impressionism and what Impressionism was doing, what its agenda was, or what its effect was. You mentioned that it was, if I understood you correctly, it was in a sense anti-nationalist in as much as it was reacting against Wagnerian nationalism. Could you expand upon that a bit more, please?
Yes, of course. So for me, Impressionism is more movements where they move away from kind of the political state of what was happening at the beginning of the 20th century and more focusing on nature, on the everyday life. So something that people can distract themselves from. So I was thinking that obviously Impressionism is more of an anti-national movement because they don't tend to focus on anything political or nationalistic.
It occurs to me that maybe another way of thinking of it is that Debussy, as a Frenchman, would be aware of the way in which I mean, I bring up Debussy as the emblematic Impressionist composer. The way in which he, as a Frenchman, might be self-aware of his forging of an identity which is different, is in distinction from German musical identity, but could function as a kind of French musical identity, and not just Debussy. I mean, going a little bit back in history, Fauré, and the composers and Sanson as well. So these French composers who are very much forging a musical style which is in contradistinction to Wagnerian harmonic language.
Yeah.
I think that in itself isn't necessarily anti-nationalist. It's rather forging a nationalism, another national identity.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Any questions from the floor? We have a few more minutes, so we could spend a bit more time talking about the role of music as a means of forming national communities or national identity. Could I ask you about something you said early on in your talk? You mentioned the example of the UK or the British Isles, and you said, if I heard you correctly, you said a Norman in the Shetland Isles was British because he listened to English ballads.
Yes. That might be a controversial
which seems,
opinion.
So are you being deliberately controversial by making this claim? And could you explain what the controversy is? And,
so what I meant was more that the territory itself didn't really mean much back then. It was who you identified. For example, in the UK, it was the first country to accept multinationalistic groups. So if you look at the Second World War, for example, a lot of people from you would consider different countries fought for the British. So that's what more I meant, how it happened, how music would identify different groups or nations and how they would identify as British. But by British, obviously it can be Scottish, could be, it's like American. What is actually American? It can be, you can consider yourself being American, but you don't have to be from America. So that's, I hope that explains a bit.
I agree with you that the British Isles contained a lot of different ethnicities and was invaded a lot. So it ended up being a series of hybrids layered upon hybrids. So it's very difficult to exactly say what is English, what is British identity. That's absolutely true. But I think we need to be careful about using the word British because because Great Britain in itself is a union of 4 countries. So it's very, very complicated very complicated example that you drew upon there. Finally, I just wanted to ask you, what you mentioned very briefly the potential for what you call ethnic music or ethno-music to construct distinct national communities. And I think we could assume that you mean identity, national identity. Could you expand upon that a little bit? What do you think the potential is, and has it not been fully exploited, this potential of ethnic music?
Of course. Obviously, it's hard to say for ethnic music what is ethnic music, but if we just narrow it down, in my opinion, a lot of composers these days, and speaking of a young composer myself, compose just a little bit, because it's hard, because if you think of a country, you would have at least one that ethnic song in mind. But what people are doing now, young people are trying to come back, because last 20, 30 years, in the UK at least, people kind of dissociated themselves from ethnic music, and they're just coming back to it right now and thinking what other music that was pushed away for the last 300 years even. As a previous conference I've been to talking about British music in the 20th century, a lot of people discovered new composers that have not been previously known, who were also using ethnic music, kind of seeing it from a different angle. So that's probably, I didn't have time to explain more in depth, but that's something that that's what I meant.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Stacey.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and next we have Miloš Zatkalić from the University of Arts in Belgrade, Serbia, and his paper is called Microtonality in Serbia, a paradoxical mediator between the national and global.
Well, hello, everyone. Okay. Writing about microtonal music in Serbia does not appear to be a fruitful and promising task. True, several notable Serbian composers, some of whom are listed on this slide, studied in Prague, and some were students of Alois Haba. They left a handful of quarter-tone compositions that nobody has performed for decades, and which add very little to their reputation. Over the last several decades, some colleagues of mine did sprinkle a quarter tone or two through some of their compositions. So did I, for that matter. However, it was only in the previous decade that microtones aroused some interest among the composers belonging approximately to the millennial generation, but there is still limited to a dozen or so compositions, and we are yet to see where we are going there from. Of course, some peculiar intonations exist in folk music, but this is the case of any ancient or demotic tuning system. Another important thread of Serbian musical tradition is the chant of the Serbian Orthodox Church, based on the octoechos, the system of 8 modes, echoes, or rather a specific combination of modes, melodic formulae, and spiritual qualities associated with them. Non-equally tempered tuning is present there as well. To be precise, non-tempered tuning does not necessarily include narrow intervals, but insofar as professionally educated musicians generally take the 12 chromatic notes for granted, the difference between them and a given non-standard tuning can be expressed in microtones. We call this latent microtonality. It is not only the question of the quantity of output. There is hardly a work in the history of Serbian music that is considered a national masterpiece and that contains microtones. Moreover, the microtones I'm referring to are almost exclusively quarter tones as subdivisions of the equally tempered 12-tone scale. In the entire analyzed corpus, I have identified only one single composition with 2 or 3 instances of 6 tones. We do not encounter any of the more sophisticated procedures, such as experimenting with other divisions of the octave and so on. Nor are the roles ostensibly assigned to microtones structurally significant. Generally, they are used sporadically with little harmonic function and virtually no structural weight. More often than not, they're not even deeply embedded in melody. A typical passage containing microtones would look like the one presented on the slides. The notated quarter tones serve to embellish or enrich the melody and are clearly subsidiary to regular chromatic pitches. Much less commonly, they are used as part of harmony, and it is perhaps only in the composition by Nikola Retnić that we find something like an emergent harmonic system based on microtones. Yet, if neither can a music analyst find remarkable material for study, nor a dedicated microtonalist a source of inspiration, there is still a sense in which this issue is highly relevant for our present interests. Namely, it is precisely when we discuss the national versus international versus global that Serbian microtonal music merits particular attention. A careful listener will have noticed that so far I have used expressions such as appear and ostensibly, and I qualified my statements with almost and more often than not. Microtonality has never been a major factor in the development of Serbian music, but its role may have been more significant than these introductory statements suggest. I already demonstrated this in my contribution to the volume entitled Microtonal Music in Central and Eastern Europe, edited by Rita Stanovićute and Leon Stefania. This is largely based this presentation is largely based on that article, but now the emphasis is on the relation between the national and supranational aspects. I will begin by highlighting a paradox. As was the case with many small nations marginalized in various ways, Serbia entered the world of Western art music roughly in the third quarter of the 19th century through musical tradition. As I have indicated, the Balkan ear is tuned to non-tempered scales and narrow intervals. Our first professional composers explicitly stated their awareness of this fact. Yet they harmonized, arranged, and built upon folk music within the strict, equally tempered tuning. The logic behind this is clear. Serbs struggling for their national, cultural, and political emancipation, and their liberation from the Ottoman and Austro-Hungarian empires, sought to achieve this not only militarily and by asserting their national identity, but also through urbanization, modernization, and adaptation to Western cultural models. This tendency remained prominent throughout a great deal of subsequent history. Building on tradition was a perfectly logical path, but so was the translation of folk music into idioms accessible to a broader global cultural community. The Western European canon of the last decades of the 19th century and the turn of the 20th offered virtually no alternative to the 12-tone equal temperament. However, and therein lies the chief paradox, what little microtonality existed in the history of Serbian music before the present century was introduced from Western sources, even if we had our national microtonality at hand. This was part of the same tendency of assimilating Western culture, only this culture has changed. In other words, a small nation catching up with a big world while riding on the wave of 19th century romantic nationalism, for all its love for all things national, felt that it still needed to dispense with certain aspects of its tradition to become more compatible with the trends in modern composing. Coarse, dissonant, out of tune, rustic sound had to be sacrificed. When modern composing evolved into something else, being part of it meant, for some composers, transcending the 12-tone barriers. Hence, Ljubica Marić and other students of Haba. Admittedly, Haba's and Višnegradski's quarter tones constitute a tiny portion of European interwar avant-garde. Likewise, the microtonal element is by no means a major contribution of that generation of Serbian composers, but is certainly a radical and striking feature, a readily recognizable token of their readiness to go global and embrace the state-of-the-art composing techniques. World War II, however, for a variety of reasons, they practically never returned to quarter-tone writing. Among them, Ljubica Marić, who stands to this day as one of the leading Serbian composers in history, may be tentatively regarded as an exception. Retaining a great deal of her modernist past, she also delved deep into Serbian demotic and especially ecclesiastic tradition. Her use of microtones is limited. But for instance, in the composition Octoekos Monody for solo cello from 1984, microtones suggest themselves again as a token, but with the opposite sign, fulfilling a function contrary to the one this same composer assigned them decades before. Formerly, a badge of modernity, a distancing from tradition, now it precisely evokes tradition. Ljubica Marić draws her inspiration from the Orthodox chant, and microtonal inflections are a significant symbolic gesture within the prevailing 12-tone chromatic framework. Microtones in her work enter into yet more complex relations, as in her asymptote for violin and strings from 1986, where quarter tones are used sporadically in the violin part. While retaining their function as an indicator of traditional Serbian cultures, they also serve as a probe into the micro world of musical tissue, a striving toward the infinitesimal, while never, of course, attaining it, just as a curve reaches its asymptote only in infinity. In the linear notes for her compact disc, she compared this to humanity's struggle to achieve life's goals. Thus, scant as they are, microtones constitute a point of intersection between a specific ethnic tradition and more abstract and universal philosophical reflection. This notwithstanding, we need to bear in mind that we are talking about a handful of composers, a handful of compositions, each with a handful of quarter tones. The second decade of this century, however, saw an eruption of interest in microtones. I use a cautious formulation, interest in, because this again hasn't resulted in significant advancement in microtonal music per se, or in any quantitatively impressive contribution. Yet the composers in question routinely introduce microtones and make a point of that fact. I am offering here a list of composers with their birth years, affiliations, and the titles of their representative works. On this occasion, I left out some of their younger colleagues, as well as Serbian composers living abroad. Among the latter group, special attention is due to the Serbian-Swedish composer Đuro Živković, the recipient of the Gromeyer Award in 1213, a highly accomplished composer of the world renown, who figures prominently in some of my earlier papers, including one I delivered right here in this room. Suffices to say that his sources of inspiration and creative aims fit in the picture herein discussed. The works listed were written as doctoral project at the Faculty of Music in Belgrade, but these compositions are far above mere schoolwork. The very titles tell a great deal about their preoccupations, and this is explicitly corroborated by the statements they have made about their creative poetics, sources of inspiration, aesthetics, and ideology. The diversity of cultural references is astounding. Thus, the return from Alexić's title in The Return of Odysseus to Ithaca is the return of Odysseus to Ithaca. He discovers affinity between the Homeric and Serbian epic traditions. And since Serbian tradition is better preserved, it also serves as a proxy for the ancient Greek one. In this revival of Serbian Greek tradition, all parameters are affected, and he even reproduces the Aristotelian formal organization of the tragedy. Microtones naturally enter into the picture as part of that recreation. In fact, he's iconoclastic against 12-tone equal temperament, calling it unmusical and claiming that its use has done the greatest damage in the history of music. The natural acoustic ecosystem, he opines, the natural dwelling place of music over thousands of years has been replaced by a rigid, essentially unmusical system. Dražko Adžić emphasizes mythological aspects, Slavic and Irish, as well as folk music from the Balkans, which inevitably brings up the subject of non-tempered intonation. At the same time, he makes references to the traditional Japanese no theater. In addition, he finds inspiration both in so-called pagan expressionism of Stravinsky and Xenakis's Oresteia, complete with microtones. Stanislav Gajić starts with the myth of Orpheus, but then adds a number of other extra-musical references. Musically, her influences include Serbian octoechos, folk music from various regions, Serbia, Armenia, Argentina, as well as 20th century composers, Ravel, Ligeti, again Oresteia Xenakis, and Ljubica Marić. Ana Kazimić, in her Muerto de Amor, starts with the poetry of Garcia Lorca, which legitimizes a range of procedures proper to Andalusian musical tradition, with particular emphasis on microtonal melodic inflections. Flamenco itself is already an amalgam of cultures, but her omnivorous interests are further reflected in her pitch organization that includes Indian scales, Arabic makam, Locrian, and Spanish Phrygian modes, but at the same time procedures derived from dodecaphonic thinking. This last aspect seems particularly incongruous, but we will account for that later. Dragan Latincić talks also about the dialogue of cultures. The title of his piece alludes to carpet weaving traditions of the Balkans and Middle East, and his aim is to translate the musical language and selected motives from the cultural, historical, and spiritual experiences of the East into the musical language and experience of Western civilizations. Vladimir Trnčić conjures Chinese landscape paintings, but he also refers to Claude Debussy, Toru Takemitsu, and especially to Olivier Messiaen. In Nikola Vetnić's title, we recognize the Epic of Gilgamesh. It is obviously how both nationalism and internationalism enter into the picture, and then how microtones fit in. They are somehow treated as a mediator or the common factor for Serbian, Balkan, Armenian, Indian, or whichever musical cultures. However, what is at stake here is not always a specific ethnicity, rather a gesture indicating the general idea of the traditional, the primitive, the demotic. And sometimes it is not only about ethnicity at all, but rather the relations between the demotic versus the ecclesiastic. Recall the references to Octoechos. Two cultures, while national unified, are still sufficiently distinct. But then they share some common traits, and microtones are used to capture that commonality. And there is the ritual to boot, to bring together the sacred and the profane. From a broader perspective, re-traditionalization is ubiquitous in contemporary Serbian society, often detrimentally so, particularly concerning the political situation. The younger composer's interest in all things ancient, traditional, ritualistic, and mythological is no surprise. Of course, the composers from our sample do not by any means want to be stuck in the past. They are creative and inquisitive. They're all keen on creating something original or unique. Therefore, a more precise formulation would be what they're onto is a dialogue between the past and the present, incorporating the past into the present. Perovic and Vejnovic recreate ancient rituals with electronic sound. The Andalusian tradition of Ana Kazimic is not only tradition, it is refracted through the verses of a modernist poet, Garcia Lorca, and then combined with the decaphonic and many other procedures. 12-tone writing is par excellence an equally tempered system, but juxtaposing it with microtones is just an instance of the widespread tendency to integrate a large number of approaches. Now, we could relativize this issue of the national versus global by treating 12-tone composition as some kind of Austrian brand. After all, the moment we mention it, we think of Vienna. But I believe most of us will agree that it is, or was rather, a global phenomenon. Anyhow, being inheritors of postmodernism, the composers under consideration feel they have the entire history of music and the entire world at their disposal. And having mentioned postmodernism, microtones, once an indication of radical modernism, a glaring sign of renouncing the past and of exclusiveness, are now used as a token of this all-embracing, globalizing attitude. More than that, they can serve as an agent that brings the two together. Thus, the briefest possible microtonal formula would read as shown in this slide, or in a more complicated version. There are some other factors listed here that are outside the scope of the present topic, so I don't discuss them now. So, microtonality also bridges the gap between what we could loosely call the highbrow and lowbrow cultures. It is highly artificial, resulting from mathematical calculations and sometimes cutting-edge technology capable of producing it. And at the same time, it is associated with a world that is ancient, primordial, unadulterated by civilization, often uneducated. In the context of this conference's theme, and with some simplification, the former aspect can be generally seen as standing outside any national associations, therefore representing the global, while the latter bears national traits regardless of whether the origin is in a single nation, several of them, or in some kind of abstract idea of the national. Or, so it seems, until we start thinking about the archaic and primordial as something shared by the entire humanity, which would again make it global. While the microtonal share in the Serbian overall composition output is tiny, it proves to be a multifaceted and fruitful resource. To divide a semitone by half may not seem like a spectacular achievement in the 21st century, but used with talent and skill proves to be the fulcrum around which revolve a myriad of facets of human culture in precarious balance between total integration and irreconcilable fragmentation.
Do we have any questions?
How can you consider microtones being like in depth? It's just math. Does it has a soul?
Now, before I really answer, by microtones, if you only consider mathematical division to be microtonal, then I agree. But I took it to mean something more broader. Any non-equal temper tuning.
Yeah.
You can, of course, any musical relations could somehow be mathematically expressed, but it doesn't make any musical element mathematical and only mathematical. It is mathematical as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mm. I'm afraid it would take more time than I know I have them here, sound examples. There is oh no, I'm afraid I removed it. There was an audio embedded here, but it was prepared for for a different presentation, and I thought we wouldn't have time. It might sound something like not this one, but another one that I think I could. But there is diaphony, and the second voice it's heterophonic, and the second voice is sort of sometimes a minor second or something between minor and major second below. So something like, of course, that's only part. The Serbian traditional culture is much richer. This is called ancient rural tradition. There is a recent rural tradition. There's, of course, an urban tradition, which is rather different and much more orientally influenced by the Turks who ruled this period. And of course, the northern part is much more westernized because it was under the Austro-Hungarian or previously Habsburg Empire for many centuries.
Milos, thank you for a wonderful, interesting talk. I'm interested to ask that little snippet you just sang for us then. Are you aware of the microtones that you're singing?
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to reproduce what I heard on the recording.
Okay.
And I said on the recording because I may have heard authentic folklore, folk music, as it is by definition, by ethnomusicological definition, perhaps only 2 or 3 times in my life. It is usually now the urban affair. I mean, at the ethnomusicology department at my school, we have some practical works, and it is sort of re-imported into rural communities now from the scholarly work. But that's something which happens. I mean, in New Zealand, a Maori colleague of mine who learned, he's a fluent Maori speaker, but he learned it at the university. He spoke English. Yeah. He's very much Maori and very, very proud of his heritage, but he spoke English, his language is English, and he only studied Maori culture at the university.
Yeah. The reason why I asked that question is that I noticed that on your diagram you have 2 rows of scent deviations. So that suggests to me that that's an ethnomusicologist is recording a singer and analyzing the deviations.
But not so much individual singer, but micro-regional variants. You know, you build a house and you have 5 steps to enter the room. But and it is always these 5 steps. But how high they will be, it varies from village to village. But within a certain community, they'll be very quick to recognize if someone doesn't sing correctly, as for them.
Because I wonder if there's a way of rationalizing or explaining the size of the intervals. For example, in that first example, that is more explicative than simply using the scent deviations. And the reason why I ask that is, if you take the first semitone, for example, it's just a little bit over, or it's just under 1/6 of a semitone smaller than equally tempered. And so is that, but it's not quite 1/6. It's not exactly 1/6 of a semitone smaller. Now, is it, if you could, I don't know whether it's possible anymore, if you consulted a lot of different singers and asked them, how do you do that interval? How do you do the F sharp to the G? And then you collated all the different variations, would you, they'd all be different, wouldn't they? Some of them would be 85, some of them would be 87.
Yeah, of course, these micro differences will individually vary, that's sure, but I don't know exactly how wide the individual variation can be to be still recognized as correct intonation. I don't think that enough research is available on that specific point.
Although that exists in equally tempered music as well. I mean, there's variation all the time.
It exists. And, take symphony orchestra, where you have tempered instruments like piano or harp, and you have instruments which are fundamentally natural, like the winds, and then you have freely adjustable, like the trombone or the strings. And of course, every orchestra will sound out of tune, but it is tolerably out of tune, and we are sort of accustomed to that, and it seems we find it natural.
Thank you very much, Milos. Okay. Next, we have Egle Gelajute Pranaviciene. And her paper, she is of the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore. And her paper is Contemporized Folklore in Lithuania, cultural correspondence and experiential matrix.
Hello there all. So I'm very pleased and anxious to be here. All the presentations were very interested, and I just made many notes on that. First of all, I would like to say that I'm working with contemporary musical folklore today, and mostly I'm working with researches on popular and alternative music that incorporates or takes as a source some kind of traditional local culture. Here on the screen, you see a picture of an album by Vėlių namai, the Home of the Spirits, because I really wanted to just mention that it is not only the music that takes part in it, but also all the other dimensions, such as visuals, the places that the music sounds at, etc. But now, I just wanted to say that every conference for me gives the opportunity to play with a theme, with my theme, and this is the game that I'm playing today. And I'm talking about cultural correspondence and some kind of experiential matrix that connected to me very, very much with the theme of the first presenter, Ramūnas Matiekaitis, and that identity, the matrix of identity. Just to give you some context. When we are talking about the folklore, the Lithuanian folklore in contemporary music, I just have to exclude a part of academic music because I work with it a little. So first of all, I'm talking about popular music and the experimental music. So the folk song, you can read it, yeah? So it can appear as a whole piece in, well, structurally just put or included in a new musical genre, usually that usually comes from some kind of global areas. Yeah, it can be used as archival folk song record. Saulius Spindi or Saulius Labanauskas, also Modestas Kapustinskas uses that. It can appear as a motive. Various folklore texts can be used as a material for a theme. For example, even some, not only Lithuanian, but also Baltic and Indo-European layers and signs can be noticed and recognized in a band, Spangsti music. Something that is very interesting for me is the music that cannot clearly be defined as traditional based, but it is when creators use some kind of references to Baltic culture, but they write their own lyrics, such as Vilduja, Daina Dieva, etc. When I started my PhD studies in Lithuanian, in the Institute of Lithuanian Folklore and Literature, which is a joint doctoral studies program with the Music Academy and Vilnius University. First of all, I thought that it's kind of clear, and we have this global context and local context, which are in some way connected, related, and the music creator just puts them together. But then, after 2 years there, through every conference and through every paper I write, and every course I have, I just let myself to rethink the material that I have and the questions that I have. And then I notice that this process of musical folklore today first appears very one-directional, because it is thought that, well, it can be seen from the names and the variety of the titles, that for many researchers, it seems that the only material that is being changed or affected is the folklore itself. So, for example, we have this like I don't know, very wide constellation of the titles, such as postmodern, folklore, modern, modernized, post-traditional, archives, alternative, improvised, etc. I prefer actually contemporized for now, but just they all are connected to the same context, but have slightly different meanings. So what I want to say, and what is very important to say, that phenomenologically speaking, not only the one that is being touched is changed, but it is also vice versa. So when we are speaking about this electronic music, electronic dance music, or rock music, metal music, whatever genre that this folkloric material appears at, we are also talking about folklorizing that genre backwards. So it's like so it becomes folklorized or tradition inspired, but it, again, we have to stop here and think about this only as some kind of structural move when we are talking about it in this way. It is always necessary to find or to define how this connection and this inner interaction, this correspondence appear. So it is, I think, important to notice that the artists themselves, not only through the music, but also through the interviews, they emphasize that they want to create something new. They want to create new meaning, etc. And this new music appears and acts only through continuous correspondence between these different, and not only two, global and local, but these different cultural origin systems. Okay, so again, how do I see this cultural correspondence? I will give you then examples, but theoretically, I just let myself to illustrate it like this. So we have local and global, and this globality, or the genres that comes that are kind of widespread worldwide, appear through some local traditions in some local and clear ambiences, atmospheres. I would like to notice that it's always a question of the person that makes them come together. So it's the composer. And it is always important to also evaluate the life world that he is living at. In the phenomenology, the life world is something that, well, it's kind of a unique cultural environment and experience of every person, and it's very much connected to many aspects of the world that he's living at, the connections with the others, etc. I really wanted to somehow illustrate the possibility, or that kind of experiential matrix that kind of gives a lot of influence to the outcome of the musical piece and to its meaning. So I just borrowed this 3D matrix visualization by Basil Hosmer. Please don't ask me about the numbers, because they are not connected to the music today, but yeah. So, okay, if we are talking about a creative process of every artist that is interested in including some kind of traditional culture, traditional local culture in any way, be it direct or indirect. So we are talking about different levels of his experience. Very simple example is if you remembered what you were listening when you were children, what you heard at home, how it formed you, I don't know what is important to you, then okay, so we are kind of talking about active source of various levels of knowledge. Knowledge meaning not only this awareness, conscious awareness, but also the knowledge of our body and other sub-layers of it. So these dots, we can imagine that they all can be experiences or signs remained in our memories, and they all can be connected to each other in various directions. So they are multi-directional, and it can be different cultivated music styles, from metal bands till I don't know, meditative music that you discover later. Relations, influences, ideas, attention to the life world of yourself and the others. And the idea here works or acts more as a vector through the consciousness and intuition. I very much love to talk about this narrative consciousness that I just, the term is used from narratologist Hanna Maratoya, that is speaking about this kind of narrative unconscious that we, well, she speaks that when we are born, we will always appear in some kind of cultural context or narrative unconscious, that we think that it is our reality. And until we start, just until we start noticing it, we cannot exit from that narrative unconscious. So I will give you some examples of how traditional local culture, or folklore itself, widely speaking, can be used for some kind of musical or cultural narrative, which appears through exactly some kind of musical piece. If we imagine this is the same matrix that is made from theoretically from the same kind of systematic axis or dots. For example, the mentioned experiences from the childhood, the music that you loved when you were a teenager, the music that you practice a lot, the instruments that you play, skills, etc., your narrative abilities. Then we have absolutely diverse outcomes. I actually just had, well, it should be published soon. I had published one article in this in the paper of the Lithuanian Music Theater Academy of Music and Theater, and it is about the same song that is used in very different genres. It's song Pūtė vėjas, and it has, like, I don't know, from 10 to 20 variations from diverse genres. But now, let's see. Girių dvasios, Evaldas Bukauskas. I don't know how much time do I have. Sorry, just to speak, or also with. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So Evaldas Bukauskas is a music artist that works mostly with techno music, electronic music. He plays at various mindfulness festivals, chill out music, trance music, etc. He pays much attention to nature, and the thing that separates him from others very much that he includes sutartinės, this exceptional Lithuanian traditional polyphonic genre. He takes the recordings from Kūlgrinda or other contemporary folk singers that sings to him, and he says that for him it is the consolidation of his national identity, unification with his history, self-knowledge, and the desire to find some spiritual tradition that is more appropriate for Lithuanian mentality. I have some interviews with those people, so it's very interesting to know why do they do it, and what do they get from it themselves, what experiential layers, and what are they searching there. So again, this is very much connected to identity. Just to give you the example. Okay, the other band that I just recently had an interview with, and sometimes he's playing in our events that we also sometimes organize. So this is a person, Julius Mitte, that works with darker atmospheres, and the traditional part of our culture appears here more as more through the rites or creation even of some rituals, and it's absolutely stunning to see when during the concerts of his people are kind of participating in the ritual somehow he created, and it is important to notice that through this darkness he always searches the life, and the instruments that he used are well, they came from various different countries, but again none of his instruments as I asked is kind of, you know, how to say atsitiktinis. Accidental, thank you. Yeah, accidental. They always come through some relations with people that he knows. So please listen to the piece. Musicologically viewing, so this is something that I see very important, that the creators of this more experimental traditional based Lithuanian music they just loves to choose or to oscillate between one or two or three tonalities. They just love this constant movement. Okay, Saulius Spindi, or Saulius Labanauskas does another movement. He, for example, his experience was very different. He started playing first at a Gothic metal band, Sacrifice, then New Wave band, then some kind of alternative electronic music, until he discovered Petras Zalanskas, that is a Lithuanian folk singer, archival recordings, and he just thought that's absolutely unique, even though Saulius said many times that he kind of didn't find any relation to folklore before. All the experience of his friends with the folklore seemed kind of unnatural. And then he uses a lot of attention to Petra's voice, to his even ambience and his life world, etc. And here's what we have here. We have bass here, no? Oh. So after listening just these few examples, and there are many, many of them, and well, I have to say that the research here, from my point of view, can only be qualitative but not quantitative. What I was trying to do in this quantitative way, so it just, well, it can show some tendencies, but it is much more interesting to stop to some works of one or a few artists, and then see all the relations and the direction they are working with. also, I'm using this other concept, phenomenological concept of intentionality that we can also be not aware of. I'm quoting Finnish phenomenologists that during this act of singing, they say, so I'm using of creating music or performing, the intention to express an emotion or storyline directs and informs the activity of the mind-body in a functional manner without the need to consciously guide that action and make it happen. And well, I think the work of any composer here is an interaction of this narrative conscience, which means what I want to tell to the listener, what I want to tell to the one that will experience my music, and this intentionality that appears exactly through this experiential matrix that we talked before. Shortly, this is just kind of a list of things that appeared from various interviews with the artists when I asked why are they doing it, or I also used some interviews from other researchers. So this is a need of identifying with something, so to belong to something too, to belong to community, of relating, knowing, finding, feeling a connection with the spiritual world, defining and recreating the rituals, and inviting to make a change, rethink the culture, the mentality, etc., etc. So some conclusions or the questions that the conclusions always appears as more questions and the start for another paper. So that the traditional local culture and different experiential metrics gives you some kind of unique outcome all the time. This process of traditional local culture and the mix of various cultures that are important to the artist is multidirectional, multidimensional correspondence that appears through the creative process and the music itself. Not only the folklore is being changed, but it also changes the one that it interacts with. The music and the process itself appear as intertwined and in that way inseparable. It can be reduced to the source of separate cultural origins only to some extent. However, it is very still very interesting how and why, and I'd love to kind of separate and just look for it. Well, but it to the research of meaning and some kind of experiential layers of the research, I don't think that it's very necessary. Yes, and it is always a question of individual experience and correspondence. So thank you very much for listening and having me here.
Any questions? Thank you, Egle, for your talk. I wanted to ask you, actually, I have quite a few questions. I'll start with one about pop music, because it seems to me that pop music has a number of different forces which shape it and influence its evolution or influence its status in society within a culture. On the one hand, you have it's being rooted in sort of folk traditions or non-literate traditions, in distinction with art music or academic music. And that seems to be the thing that you're talking and focusing on in your talk today. But it seems to me that there's another force which acts upon it, which is to do with capitalism and commercialism and motivations to do with making money, selling records or whatever. How do you, so in your research and in your thinking about this question, the role of Lithuanian folk music in pop music, how do you deal with those two different forces?
Thank you very much. First of all, I had to kind of put aside this notion of the value or more valuable music, which which is more valuable, the one that is, or does the you know, this commercial music or the commercial goal of the music, does it you know, reduce the meaning or the value of the music itself? Sometimes I just put it aside and look to it as you know, a process or a new meaning that can give us answers why this folklore material, or how Lithuanian culture itself, theoretically separate from the global culture, can be important to nowadays people. However, we have to admit that some of the creations, or well, there might be even many creations can appear from or just because the grants that you know, the municipalities or cultural councils give, and while having this political need to how to say, emphasize or rise the level of the creations of so-called nationally oriented music. This is the other aspect. Sorry, we also have one question from Ramūnas. Yeah.
Oh, not so much. Just I wanted to ask, why do you think still national culture is needed? Why people try somehow to express it in music? It's very, of course, difficult question to answer, but maybe you have an opinion. Why?
Thank you very much. One of the reasons I think I came to this field is this question. The answers, I have a few answers from the different artists, and I could join them to some kind of tendencies of a need of different levels of some kind of experience. So first of all, it's a spiritual need. Then it's a need to be in a community that's very longed for, I think. And again, I think the other is it's the identity level, the level of identity, just to better understand yourself in this context, in whatever context you live at in your life world. And when we are talking about people that live in the cities, it is kind of I don't know. I think it is already natural to look for nature today, and the nature can also be found through this music and the tradition itself. So I think this is. Sorry, I interrupted you. Yeah.
Yeah, just wanted to add a further reason. 1996, I went from Greece to Austria to study composition. And you know, Greece is not like Lithuania or Great Britain. That means, or Austria, that means that I did have practically no access to contemporary music scores. And there was no internet, no media, no mobile phones. So when I went to Austria, I was desperately needed to find materials, recordings, and so on, and books, literature. But now the students that they are coming to my class in Austria, and no matter if they're from Peru or Taiwan or I don't know where, they found online already scores of Beat Führer, Georg Friedrich Haas, and they have YouTube. So they live in a global world since they were born, on contrary to us. So that's maybe now a further factor. I just want to find my own national identity. Yeah, and we have the problem that we have a composition class. They perform, one is from Peru, one is from Japan, and the other is from America, and they compose with the same materials, with the same way. It cannot be that someone from a different culture uses the same materials with the same way. So I see that there is also a further reason that we go to this path. Yeah, yeah. It has to do with the technology also.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it does. It has to do with the technology, and I should add also that, well, I think that many of the students already, if you ask, maybe if you ask which culture is more close or closer to them, is it the folklore? I doubt. Yeah. So the folklore is something that you have to look for. Just to consciously sometimes go and try to immerse yourself into that context. So we can. I would like to come back to your questions. I think you wanted to ask something more.
Well, owing to time considerations, I think
it's okay then.
we could save it for the coffee break. So
that's great.
okay, are there any final questions for Egle? No. Okay, so thank you, Egle, and
Thank you very much.
yeah. And now we have a 28-minute coffee break. Start again at 12:30. Thank you.
Gerai, iš visų tų dalykų. Ačiū.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So next we have Manuel Dominguez Sales of the Felix Nowowiejski Academy of Music in Poland. And his talk is The Continuum in Music, the link between the singularity and collectivity of different musical currents. So welcome, Manuel.
Yes, thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. I'm happy once more, third time to be here with you all. I don't know if you hear me well.
I can hear Manuel talking, but it's very quiet.
Very quiet. Now it's much better. I don't know.
No, it's still the same.
Still the same. Sorry. Maybe now, or is still not so good. Hello.
Again?
Yes, you hear me
Yeah,
well?
getting better.
That's better now. Hello, is much better now?
Not much. It still needs to be a bit. We're.
Okay. Hold on.
Can you is there any way of turning up your volume at your end?
Let me see. Now
If we just turn it up here, does that work?
it's not working. And now it's how it sounds better, much better now. Still not good. Yes, let me hear. Maybe now it's better.
No, it's completely gone now.
Oh. Okay, maybe like this. Okay, maybe in this
Do
way.
we need? Have
you
we
hear me
got
now?
the right speakers selected here?
Or still no? Nothing? Nothing. Okay.
Okay.
Hello. Maybe now it's much better now. Hello. Sounds now. Can you listen? Hello. I cannot listen anything. If you are speaking, I cannot listen anything. Hello, maybe now. Hello. I don't know if someone listen because I cannot listen. No one, nothing. I cannot listen anyone. If someone is speaking, I don't listen.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello. Yes. Maybe I will try different. Hello, can you listen to me now?
Hello.
Can you listen to me? Now it's okay. Okay.
Hear us?
Yes. Now
Can you
I
hear
can
us?
Yes, I can hear. I can hear.
Good.
Okay, good.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much. And I'm so sorry for this technical situation I didn't count on. Okay, so let me just okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. So thank you very much. Now hope everything is working properly and you can see my screen. So I will not waste more time. We already waste. So my topic is focusing on the continuum and the connection between singularity and collectivity, different trends. According to Ernst Levy, all audible phenomena surrounding us in nature manifest themselves in a continuum, without division, separation, or synthesis. However, the human psyche is conditioned to organize and classify each detected sound in our natural environment. Therefore, it strives to include in a specific structure, as he explained. Pitch change may first be considered as continuum. The human mind is so structured that it apprehends the continuum by starting from discrete quantities and not vice versa. The development of mathematics offers a case in this point. We can see it starting from units and slowly taking its way towards the continuum. In the same way as the human psyche tends to discriminate the continuum in different parts, as it was continuum and discontinuum, the functionality of continuum in the process of musical creation tends to distinguish two forms in which it manifests itself in a musical work. These are singularity, when the artist independently experiments with different sound components without observing or relating his work to specific trend. Taking Mieczysław Tomaszewski as a point of reference, the uniqueness of the musical work represents one of the, quote, distinctive categories relating to the quality and internal relations of the work, close quote. This corresponds to the material aspect. In a musical work, it refers to the sound. In a visual work, to the color of an image. In a literary work, the word. Within the form of singularity, the continuum directly affects the musical material as well as the structure and evolution of the musical works. Continuum is the object of experiment. Collectivity, the artist's musical work is related to specific artistic movement, which can represent a group of artists with a common aesthetical, philosophical, social, political, and spiritual ideas of a community, region, country, etc. In this case, we can refer to one of the, quote, distinctive categories concerning the external relations of the work. This corresponds to the contextual sphere. The subject of analysis and interpretation here is the recognition of the organic context of the work, its connection with the present, visible in the adoption and exchange of specific tricks and fashion and stylistic manners prevailing within the current paradigm, which are in vogue. A particular interesting moment is the situation of a meeting or collision, which arouse a triggers creative dialogue with music or culturally different art, close quote. Within the form of the collective, the continuum can operate in two ways. When a group of artists focus their research on the different components in which the continuum can operate in the musical work, let's say frequency, amplitude, harmonic content, space, time, and different stages. Second one, when the continuum is delegated to the background in the evolution of the work, for a combinant is used as a musical tool, but not as the object of experimentation. The artist adapts certain elements of the continuum to accentuate the expression of the work. Throughout the 20th century, continuum research emerged as a response to the Leibniz or exaltation of the combinatories of the 12-scale system, or even as an alternative to the expansion of microintervals. Several ideas related in one way or another to the new field appeared unconnected with new research. Noise, Rousseau, Barré, microintervals, Carrillo, Hava, Wojciechowski, sorry for pronunciation, the structure of rhythm, Cowell, Nancaro, Temp, Bevern, Ligeti, or Stockhausen, Glissandi, Bartok, or Xenakis, specialization, Ives, or Chown. Hence the interest and the need to recognize them in a global field of study and to try to understand it and demonstrate its musical scope. In this sense, I would like to bring up for discussion some cases in which I consider that continuum has played an important role in the development of different musical language that can be directly or indirectly connected to each other. In some cases, the union could be justified thanks to the cultural and or aesthetic roots of the artist. In the collectivity school of continuum in Mexico. Through the 20th century, there was a widespread interest in and development of microintervals in Mexico, as well as their evolution towards the idea of the continuum throughout the works of Carrillo, Nancaro, and Strada. Their respective research coincide, complement each other, and remain independent within a broad line of musical creation research. Bellianetto defines this school as is follows. This school is known for its originality and aesthetic radicalism, which gives it experimental nuances that move away from tradition to go in research of an innovation that presents various profiles, close quote. So the Mexican school presents different forms of musical creation under the continuum. The uniqueness in each case makes it possible for the continuum to be presented from three different perspectives: microintervality, polytempo, and microtransits in the continuum. In the first case, with Julián Carrillo, he concentrates his theories in the so-called El Sonido 13 in order to organize somehow a system of microtonality, or a temperate system of microtonality, according to Carrillo. In parallel with a research of notation, he also constructed several instruments that were able to perform high amount of microtones that he obtained, arriving to 96 different sounds in one octave of the piano. Carrillo proposed the name dosavos de duplo for the mistaken half tone, which, according to his investigations, quote, all harmony theories used in all around the world are based on no equal semitones, and because these do not exist in the actual musical system, it's evident that all the musical texts used to teach music are entirely wrong, close quote. The first image presented the chromatic scale, where it is found 70 tones and without the presence of any half tone. For this reason, this mistake that he found, according to Carrillo, he proposed a new system of notation, which simplifies the musical rhythm from the score, avoiding the mistakes in the temperate system of the 12-tone scale. And as he thought, it could be used for all the previous musical scores, also as well for the future come. As it can be observed in his own transcription for the Polonaise opus, the Polonaise of A-dur, A major, opus 40, number 1. There is a straight only using numbers to refer to a specific frequency. His musical output suggested a mixture of post-romantic aesthetics from the 19th century in the European music, melted in an intention to demonstrate that his microtonality could be part of a musical era that did not evolve within the same temperate system. Julián Carrillo, in fact, he went into the investigation of microtonality very deeply, but his aesthetic, how his music is applied in how this system is applying music, is connected more in a collectivity of post-romantic era, not for the idea to found or to create a new trend in musical contemporary music of the first part of the 20th century. In the second case, we have Colón and Carroll. Isolated from musicians but not from music, Carroll created an art incomparable to anything before his time. We can notice this idea of polytempo from the 90s, 40s, or even 30s, in the decade of 30s, when he started to experiment these ideas that were later experimented by minimalism in the 60s, or the use of synthesizers in the 70s. Nancaro, much earlier, before he was already experimented such ideas of manipulating the tempo. In the music of the Mexican-American composer, musical objects, melody, and harmony are discrete, and the process of composition, which in many cases took a form canon, all allowed us to perceive these objects in order of the continuum time. The composer explained this during an interview conducted in April 1977 with Charles Amir Hanian. The later questioned the meaning of the canon in his music, to which the composer replied, "In the form of the canon, complex passage time patterns are easier to follow when the melody remains the same everywhere." From the above statement draws attention to significant factors that make it possible to obtain innovation through simplicity and complexity combined in this composer's music. Melody and harmony serve only as musical material. And the second part is time. In Ankaro's perception of music, the transition from one type of this continuum tempo to another, in which the melodic structures move at a different speed, is done gradually. The result of this process allows us to perceive rhythm and sound as a single structure in a continuum, in the same way as space-time is understood in Albert Einstein's theory of relativity. Kyle Gann identified around 26 methods that Ankaro used to apply transition from a discontinuous order of time to a continuous one. Just to mention some of them: pitch sequency, which alternates self-repetitions, textures composed, canon of different voices in different tempo, isorhythmic, and so on. From this list of 26 methods, one particular method corresponds to the polytemporal canon. This methodology provides a singular phenomena in auditory perspectives. The infinitesimal time intervals combined in a polytempi texture, giving the impression of perceiving, of perspective listening. From almost 50 studies for mechanical piano, one of the clearest examples of a canon is found in the study number 21, Canon X. Ankaro demonstrates using two opposite directed vectors of speed in the melodic line. These two different layers of time regarding the perception of the space-time continuum in mind are simultaneously moving closer and further apart. This is possible when each of the lines is gradually reversed in speed relative to the other, creating an effect of two complementary timelines in our perception. The third case, I would like to refer to Julio Estrada, which already I've presented in different moments here with you. And I would like to refer to an article by Belia Nieto, where he speaks about the Escuela del Continuo de México and how he applied the new technique or new notion of macrotimbre. Estrada generalized the physical acoustic concept of the continuum and proposed the perceptual concept of macrotimbre, the synthesis of rhythm and sound, which leads to chronoacoustic fusion of musical matter. The phenomenon of macrotimbre and its use in Estrada's first experimental music compositions, Juno Huye and Ishinion Street Quartet, indicate the kinship of this compositional idea with Henry Cowell's concept of rhythm sound. Macrotimbre focus on the physical integrity of rhythm sound composed by three components: frequency, amplitude, and harmonic content. They are caused by following factors: duration and pitch, frequency, amplitude, accent, intensity, harmonic content, vibrato, and color. In terms of the use of continuum technique, since 1983, required the introduction of new musical notation that took into account the specificity of this technique. It was developed by Estrada in parallel with the assumptions of polyparametric contrapoint, becoming one of the most innovative notations of the 20th century works for the composer in Mexico. Okay, I wanted to show some. Now, here we can see some evolution from the first composition, where he's treated already the division or the homogenization of components for violin solo and Juno Huise, then going forward to a string quartet, showing how he's completely obsessive to clearly detail each movement of each component for each part of the four instruments playing. We have the component of frequencies, dynamic, component of color, intensity, movement of the bow, speed. Here we have an example of how is using the same procedures for vocal music for the multi-opera Murmullos del Páramo, here's one part of solo for choir for five voices. Each voice is also treated in very specific way, each component. And here we have the more extended 15 components for, could be only one solo instrument for good wind or brass wind instrument, where it can be used around 15 components simultaneously, maybe not 50 components simultaneously, but he proposed to choose 5 components in each moment of the piece. So his notations start to be more and more, start to present some evolution together with the investigation of macrotimbre in his own music. Now I would like to move to a case of singularity, where is the singularity of Giacinto Chelsea, one of the most enigmatic composers of the last century. Chelsea's treatment of continuum may be one of the best examples of how the singularity of the artist functions in a collectivity, in this case in relation to European musical culture from the second half of 20th century and with Eastern musical cultures. His music undoubtedly reflects the intrinsic relationship between the roots of Oriental cultures within the European avant-garde. After overcome a personal crisis, the composer identifies within a new behavior model through the practice of yoga and the study of Eastern philosophy. His compositional approach is derived from these new tactics and includes a number of ideas borrowed from Eastern musical styles, like, for example, the basic melody in monophonic texture, as it is represented in musical styles as the Buddhist Jiangji. This influence can be noticed in Chelsea focusing on the fundamental meaning of the sound, where perhaps, as was noticed by Chelsea, it is possible to identify 2 elemental qualities of the sound: the microtonal neighborhoods of the central tone, which create the sensation of space, and second one, the long sustained notes, which produce a continuum resonance that helps to perceive what could be as the inner space of the sound. The influence of Eastern music remained focused on horizontal sound progressions like monophony and timbral variation. Eastern music emphasized the sound itself using overtones and microtones presented in monophonic textures or in single note system, much like the that focused one's attention on the purity of a single sound. Chelsea instrumental writing uses a single tone to create a similar effect. Rather than using the harmonic and melodic conventions of the Western style, his music is focused on the sound itself. The long sustained notes are the foundation of his music, creating a unique sound space that allows one to ponder the infinite by focusing so intentionally on one single thing, one single tone. Examples of his orchestral work that use a single note sound construction technique also included his string quartet. Shows how the creator focused his intention not only the formal outline of narrative of the work, as many of his European contemporaries did it, but on the idea of sound as a living identity, pure life energy as any other living entity. Note the extreme care he dedicates to the microinterval development surrounding one central note. In this way, fulfilling the inner space from tone to tone. This obsession, so to speak, is justified by the composer by expressing his reaction to Western music, which, according to him, Western classical music has devoted practically all of its attention to the musical framework, which it calls the musical form. Thus, it has produced thousands of magnificent frameworks, which are often rather empty, for they are only the results of a constructive imagination, which is very different from the creative imagination. The melodies themselves move from sound to sound, but the intervals are empty ellipses. For the notes lack sonic energy. The inner space is empty. In Chelsea's music, the continuum follows naturally as he focused on the process of creation to fill the space between tones. His approach to continuum is more related with the concept of anahata, which defines sound in a pure or clean form, and its manifestation in 2 layers, the cosmic and terrenal. In this way, the music of Chelsea connect us in a collectivity not only in the European musical culture from the 20th century, but also according to his idea and intentionality in his work, it can connect us with a cosmic sound, a collective cosmic sound, so to speak. Following this concept, sound in continuum according to Chelsea could be understood as is follows. Sound is the first movement of the unmovable, and this is the beginning of creation. Moving forward, I would like to present the idea of a collectivity in the Polish school of composition. Regarding continuum with a musical current that involves not only a group of composers, but also can identify a nationality status, it can be clearly marked by the so-called Polish school of composers, specifically by those composers who were active both inside and outside Poland in the decades of 60s and 70s from the past century. Just to mention some of them, Wito Lutosławski, Krzysztof Penderecki, Górecki, Michał Górecki, Berta Tadeusz Berd, Kazimierz Serocki. The collectivity in Poland during the development of the second half of the 20th century was controlled by the social regime, which dominated the social, political, and cultural environment. One of the key elements that lead the Polish school being known beyond the Iron Curtain is the Warszawska Jesień, or Warsaw Atom Contemporary Music Festival, beginning since the year 1956, where it was for the first time now the so-called Polish School of Composition. What was the intentionality of such a school, or intentionality to present this musical festival, contemporary musical festival? It was the intention to demonstrate to the Western world that Polish music also had a superiority, or their own superiority idea how to manage with contemporary music, not imitating the Western music, but creating their own specific Polish school. Warsaw Festival of New Music played a tremendous role in this plan. Its foundation was motivated not only by comparing Poland to the West, but also, as Krzysztof Meyer recently reminded, by a cunning argument aiming to conceive the authorities that their objective will be to demonstrate the superiority of our culture and our system over the Western society. As here we can read two different opinions from musicologists, how well their in observations according to the Polish School of Composition, and both are trying to express this unique way to concentrate the ideas according to the Polish culture and not in a restricted view of a Western music culture. As in the case of Tadeusz Kaczynski, as he explained, for the first time since the times of Chopin, again, we're not only borrow from the others, but we are also capable of inspiring them. Lutosławski and Penderecki have their pupils in both Europe and America. In this sense, the Polish school has indeed become a school. So the Warsaw Festival, the Warsaw Atom Contemporary Festival was the point, the central point, how the Polish schools began to be known far more from the Iron Curtain and integrate in the Polish culture a collectivity from abroad, as well as the Polish music was integrated in the collectivity from different other backgrounds far from Poland. Nevertheless, I would like to continue to focus on the continuum in music to bring up a specific case where it can be suggested the use of the continuum as a compositional tool, speaking specifically in Penderecki's case. The use of continuum as a tool can be identified as the tendency to develop sound effects, which has nothing to do with the creative impulse coming from the artist's most subtle imagination. Based on Viktor Shklovsky's thesis, who explains that every work of art is created at the same time as a parallel and opposition to certain model, close quote, the musicologist Mieczysław Tomaszewski proposed that such hypothesis seems to work for Penderecki, whose musical output from the 60s present a mixture of Pat's styles, quoting, psalm songs, antiphonal, organ-like, an imitative technique or texture, cantus firmus, hocetus multitextual motet in the ars antiqua manner, texture a la Ockenheim or Joachim, Monteverdian concitato, Neapolitan aria with divisa, Baroque Ogerpunkt, and Picardian effects, romantic orchestration, and Ondelich melody. All this in a symbiosis with atonality, dodecaphony, serialism, aleatorism, and sonority. Yes. However, the Polish
Your time
musicology
is more or less up.
yes, but can I just, because of this technical problem, yes, I would like just to close this idea. For this statement, it can be understood that continuum is observed as one of many influences, according to Tomaszewski, that the composer used to obtain high tensions of surprise, shock, and scandal, but not as intention to develop analysis of how the elements of the continuum function in his musical rhetoric, and how this could be much better elaborated in really artisanal work for musical components of sound in future works. It is important to observe the practice of continuum Penderecki's music without doubt in the works Shenodi with Anaclasis, String Quartet No. 1, Polyphonia, and Fluorescence, all composed in just a period of 2 years, represents the pure idea of the continuum as part of a structural compositional process. Nevertheless, however, 6 years later, with St. Luke Passion, the continuum is presented in a manner of strategy in order to obtain a powerful impact in the collectivity. So I will just, here I mentioned two books important, they are focused on the studies of sonorism of Penderecki and also his music in general. It's important to notice that the composer never went into the topic of continuum in his speeches or his theoretical background. Consider the acoustic phenomena itself, which is sound, its movement and attributes to direction for research can be distinguished first two groups that they study the sound in continuum. The first one, those who are includes theories explaining the cognitive aspects of psychoacoustic perception and sound, and the second one represented the theories based on analytic explanation of the phenomena of physical and sound matter. In the first group, we can identify even from the beginning Aristoxenus of Tarantenu, later Ernst Levy, Henry Cowell, Chelsea, Leggetti, Julio Estrada. On the second group, we can identify Xenakis, Grisey, Edgar Murray, for example. Interesting, both groups of theories being the study of continuum phenomena by asking oppositely oriented questions, taking as a starting point either the continuum, the knowledge of, or the discontinuum. The directions of research outlined in such a characteristic way emphasize an extremely important issues in this case, continuum and discontinuum, as acoustic phenomena are related only by one element, sound. What distinguishes artists from how the continuum is integrated in their works, it can be valued only by their intentionality, aesthetical, philosophical, cultural, and musical intentions, which in turn will be decisive in valuing the singularity or collectivity in their musical output in the current context of musical art in the 21st century. Thank you very much. Sorry for last minutes technical problems. Yes.
Very much, Manuel. Do we have questions from the floor? Manuel, I'd like to start by asking you, this idea of continuity or continuum in these composers of whom you spoke today, including the Mexican composers, Chelsea, the Polish school, all of these different composers, and also many others, including Xenakis, etc. To what extent do you think that the notion of continuum is special to those composers, or is continuity just has it always been an aesthetic fact or a technical fact which has existed in music throughout history?
Thank you very much. Well, I think the continuum has always been present in music since the very beginning. The fact that some composers which are more tend to go on the study of continuum is because they, according to what I suppose, the idea to just justify the musical process of creation by applying an already system that is based on a temperate system, it can limit them to go further of what they can put in a musical score, like or the expression of the work. So instead of just limiting their musical material to a temperate system, the continuum provides this huge universe of musical structure that is not limited. Is not limited yet. How many ways the continuum can be the continuum of the sound can be applied in a musical score. So those composers who tend to explore this area of continuum, according to me, I think is because their imagination, it goes further and further to try to express much clearly their aesthetical backgrounds, their aesthetical assumptions, rather than just stay in a safe place, which is the temperate system, the 12th tone. And in this case, it's safe to work because we know how it works, we know how it sounds, we know the results, and there are no abyss in the creation of the musical work. If that responds to your question.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Does anyone else have a question? Okay. Okay. Owing to time considerations, I think we should move on. So thank you very much, Manuel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry for the time. Thank you.
And next we have Haris Eftimiou of the Music University of Graz. Austria and the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre. And Haris's presentation is on Čiurlionis' symphonic poem Jura, Beyond the Scheme, National versus Global.
So Mikalojos Konstantinos Čiurlionis is the national composer of Lithuania. Since 6 years, I live and work in Lithuania, and my first postdoctoral thesis was on editing manuscripts of 18th and 19th century. So that fits very well to the work of this composer. And as I have seen the call for papers, I had the idea of creating one presentation of my current project, which is the edition of Jura for the first time in its original form. Left and right, you see 3 composers, which I guarantee you don't know, but you will learn during this presentation. I know here we have many Lithuanians, so for them it's going to be the first 3 minutes a little bit boring, but we have here some foreigners and they need to get introduced to the life of Čiurlionis. That's his signature. He was not born, but he spent his childhood in a very beautiful small city with the name Druskininkai. Okay, I'm not sharing. Just a moment. Okay, I go to escape, but doesn't someone could help me, assist me, please. I just press escape. Okay, thank you so much. So he spent. Can we done? Can we diminish it more? Ah, it will disappear. Okay, okay. So Giulionis spent his childhood in this city, and as you see at the right side, there is a lot of activity considering this composer in this city. So really, Giulionis, for those who don't know Giulionis, is a person which his life and his work as a painter and as a composer is really being promoted the last decades in Lithuania in a high level, so as to also to give a small impression about his life. Then later he was, typically for a composer of 18th century, a member of the aristocracy, realized how talented he was. So this is the Baron Oginsky, who gave him the opportunity to go to Warsaw to study composition under Noskowski. After his compositions, he composed Miške, in the Forest, which is the first symphonic work of Lithuania, which was my previous editorial project. And now you can see me holding the manuscript I'm the first foreigner that holds the manuscript in his hands. So then he went to Leipzig to study composition and counterpoint. The teacher who learned counterpoint is the left one, and as you see is bigger than the famous one, Reinecke, to the right. This has some reasons which they're now not so relevant to us. Then he went to Poland to study drawing. He became a painter. So we'll see at the same time left one part of his funeral symphony. At the right side, the first sketches. It's something between a short score and sketch of this symphonic poem, which is for me is a masterpiece, maybe the only symphonic masterpiece, like the works of Ligeti Atmosphère, for example, that I can find. And what is relevant to our presentation, Čiurlionis felt a big affinity to Lithuania, went to Vilnius. He participated during the first exhibition of Lithuanian art, and these are his paintings for that exhibition, and went to Lithuania to stay 1907, 1908. This is his house on the left and his room at the right side. And there he organized a concert where he harmonized several, among others, several folk songs of Lithuania. And that was the first ever concert that the world heard harmonized folk songs of Lithuania in Lithuanian musical language. And this concert was, let's say, revival last year, exactly the same day in the same place. He married Sofia Kumantaitė Čiurlionienė, and unfortunately, 1910, got mentally ill and was brought to a sanatorium in Poland, where he died 1911. So now we go back to our presentation. It will be interesting if we speak about national versus global, and I speak something beyond that, to check what Čiurlionis wrote on Lithuanian music, and these are the three publications. So this is the most important and the most interesting for us. And then, among others, 1910, 1 year before he died, was published. And he speaks about the character of this music, how the composer should see that's something not abstract now. And now he proclaims that Lithuanian music as of yet does not exist. So actually, maybe he doesn't present himself as a composer of national Lithuanian music. So he speaks about the Lithuanian art songs that are very similar to Italy, Russia, and Poland. And then he gives some remarks how one Lithuanian folk song should be. And later in this article, he gives also guidelines for the composers after him, how to compose something which will be truly Lithuanian. So then he gives the statement that we, which means the generation among 1910, is the link, the bridge between the folk songs from one side and the Lithuanian music of the future. Unfortunately, he died, so he couldn't participate to this procedure. So that's here the concert program of Jura. Jura is his second symphonic poem, the masterpiece. So you see at the end, Jura Symphonic Poema. We just now want a little bit to check the reviews, the reception of this piece. That was the world first performance. Professor Jakubenas speaks about that it is the most significant work in our literature. I believe the same thing, but there are reasons which I discussed and presented last year to my presentation, why the Lithuanian musical world does not perceive that in that way. So one of the reasons why I'm doing this huge job since 2 years is to present you and to show you really what a brilliant masterpiece is this piece in its original form, because until now we hear some kind of remix for reasons which are political and now they're irrelevant to us. There was a second performance, 1938, and the same place with the same conductor, and now really the reviewer says that parts of which were there chaotic and too long, now they sound more logical. For example, the great rise of the tempest. Without knowing that, I found a friend of mine, Andrew, somewhere in the streets of Vilnius. So we discussed a little bit about Jura, and I told him, you don't know what you are missing. There is a part, the Audros part, the tempest, which this is a masterpiece. We're one step before Ligeti's Melodine. So unfortunately, to this remix that we have was omitted by Mr. Balsis. So I will present you also this part. So here we don't see anything about national, anything about global, anything about Lithuanian folk tunes or songs that they are integrated into this piece, but it speaks about itself. So now I will show you the work of Čiurlionis considered Lithuanian folk songs. So I had the opportunity to catalogize and digitize the complete manuscripts of Čiurlionis, work by work, page by page this year. So I had the opportunity of having high resolution pictures of the manuscript. So if you speak about the music of this composer, it will be inevitable to show the manuscripts because there you see the true representation of this music. So as we see here, he took one folk's tune, he wrote the melody and the text. Then, for example, he harmonized that for 4 voices. So that's a harmonization. The next step, this is an unfinished piece, is to make a composition of his own as a canon or as an imitation, as we see here for 4 voices. In the middle, you see our new numbering system of Čiurlionis according to the newest musicological standards. In the middle, the second last numeration of Vytautas Landsbergis, and at the right side, the current one from Darius Tudzinskas. So we have another song. M34 means it is the book number 34, page 1819. Again, a harmonization of a folk song. And now he makes some variations, A, B, C, and D. Okay, that's our, so let's call normal pieces, which they don't show any kind of genius, but there is one excellent song with the name Subatos Vakareli, and during this concert, it was my favorite one that we had from this revival concert. So his first variation, as we see here, has many chromatic lines that they stop and finish, stop and finish. This we can see even to his Vytautas Landsbergis 257 prelude. It took me 10 minutes to make those lines. So as you see here, my impression is that this derives from his, he was influenced by the painting activities that he had, due to the fact that I had the opportunity of making the layout of whole piano works of Čiurlionis from Vytautas Landsbergis. So I saw every page, every note from the beginning until the end. So statistically, I can tell you from the moment that he started to paint, his music became chromatic. I mean now in a statistic way, you know, you will find chromatic works before and diatonic works after his after 1904, where he started to paint. But I have the feeling one line here starts, one line finishes, one line starts there, one line finishes. So it is something that it is a typical, you know, painting, let's say, principle. So, and of course, from this Subatos Vaccarelli, you can see here what kind of melody of chromatic lines we have. So where that's a true artistic work based on Lithuanian folk songs. And now we will go a step further. What we have seen until now is 5 or 2 or 3% of the works of Čiurlionis that they deal with folk songs. Now we go to the rest 30, 40%, which are the preludes after 1904, 1905. Here we have one of the most famous preludes. And as you see here, no articulation, no dynamics, no tempo indications. There are reasons which are now not relevant to this, but welcome to the 17th century, edition of 17th century music. So what do we see here? We see maybe one folk tune, do, re, fa, mi, sol, fa, fa, mi, which comes once more and once more and once more modified. But at the same time, we have here on the top the first thrash metal riff of the music history. Even this note here is the note of the palm string of the second string of the guitar, but okay. Now we have something extreme, which the most of the pianists that they perform this piece, they focus on that and not of this red surface that we see here. This comes always when the subject comes until the end. And in between, we have some really intense chromatic movements in the bar 3 and in the third line. So the general impression after what I've said is that here we have nothing to do, or we have very few things to do with pure Lithuanian music. So he just took these 3-4 notes and created a musical work which is accordance to his own personal style of composing. Sounds like this. So as you see, that's not a Lithuanian folk song piece. So he takes the Lithuanian melodies and brings them to another level. So something that now really, why someone really should check those manuscripts, we see to this prelude, which starts maybe with one folk tune melody, which comes here and there, but now it comes, the green part is an octatonic scale, 7 notes of the octatonic scale. And not only this, if we check the manuscript, it was written from with another pencil, the octatonic scale, than the melody. Or it was the same pencil later or earlier, but it was not written simultaneously. So as it is, I have my octatonic line, and on the top, what I will use. Or I have my melody, now what I will use, an octatonic scale. That's extremely modern for 1906, 1907. We are now at the atonal phase of Viennese, second Viennese school, before the second Viennese school. So now due to time reasons, I need to go further. And Now we will speak about Greece. We will understand Greece, we will understand Jura checking to Greece. Greece, until the end of 18th, the early 19th century, the biggest amount of musical activity was in those blue areas here at the left, the Ionian Islands, that they were never conquered by Turkey, so they were dealing with Naples and Italy. So their music was based on Italian influences, and then 1903, the Greek National School started, and the chief was Manolis Kalomiris. So now we go to the last composer of the Ionian School, who was the first composer that wrote Greek, created Greek folk tunes in orchestral music. He has a he has a distinct manifest, which shows how the Greek symphonic music should look like. So here we see what is needed. And he speaks about this guy, Kalomiris, that he's our most famous guy because he used Greek literature and poetry. And the others, Saint-Saëns and Massenet, they lack the Greek soul. So now we will take a look a little bit of how does it sound, and pay attention, 1903, we're not in the 30s and 40s in Broadway or Hollywood, and we have something like a soundtrack of Lawrence from Arabia. In 03. It's really a Greek folk tune. So on. So we go now, what kind of coincidence? Georges Labellette, the first composer of the National School, was born in the same year like Trillionis and wrote the first Greek symphonic work of the Greek National School at the same time like Jura of Trillionis. So he speaks about Greek folk tunes and the technique of motivic development. So it sounds a little bit like this. And so on. And now going to the culmination, we speak about Manolis Kalomiris and our masterpiece, which is the first symphony of Greek state with the name, the Symphony of Manliness or Bravehood. So he speaks about, it doesn't matter if the materials that we use are foreign, there must be Greek folk songs integrated, and this will be fine. I am a composer of contemporary avant-garde music, and we, since 50, 60 years, when we go back and see Kalomiris, we think of the materials that are used foreign. There's Wagner, and the Greek folk songs, the guy that wears the Greek dress, we call him Tsolias. So Wagner Tsolias, so we call Kalomiris as Wagner Tsolias. So we will listen now the, let's say, manowar of classical music, the three subjects of the first movement, which maybe we expect the second subject to be contrasting, maybe the third subject will be contrasting. So this is the first subject. Wagner. Greek heroes. Now maybe the contrasting second subject. 7/8 now. Third subject. So you got the point, yeah? This is true manifestation of what the composers of 1910 used to think that it is Greece, and they put it directly into music. And exactly is this what Trillionis is not doing. We have seen the opposite side of it. So I gave a presentation this year to at this university about the most fascinating story of Jura from sketch to manuscript version. And this is in accordance to the complete work of Tzoulianis, which we started a couple of years ago. So this is the very first page of Jura. And as you see here, this is what you know is not what Tzoulianis wrote. As you see here, this was an editing of Vytautas Bacevičius. Okay, so as you see from the beginning, we have direct, let's say, operations inside this core before Balsis made the remix. This is everything before the remix. So who made this? This is not the this mezzo forte, and most of the dynamics they are not from Bacevičius, they're not from his friend, they're not from his sister, they're not from Dvarionas, they are not by him. Who knows? So even someone, you know, wrote Allegro Moderato in this part, which Tzoulianis, as we see here, didn't. And this was Vytautas Bacevičius, or what we think of. So the first modern score writes Allegro, and the second writes Allegro Moderato. But as we see the sketches and the claviras and the short score, there's no tempo indication. So actually, after a little bit of research, I found out that this was not Bacevičius. This is the sister, Jadwiga Čiurlionytė, who wrote this. Okay, this is new for the research of this work. So this is the beginning, and we have a very nice melody, mi, sol, do, si, and then comes something like tarim, pipum. When if someone thinks that it is the Lithuanian, I don't know, forest next to the sea, better check the manuscript, because the first idea was tarim, tikitim, tikidum, ninth bit of maybe, or ta tikitum, 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 tikitum. So instead, you know, of checking only the score and seeing this kind of motive, check the manuscripts, and you will see that was a process of extracting intervals as to get to this motive. Then we have two motives, new motives here, that they could be, that since Mozart, they were used extensively. Now, because I spoke about Vitols in my abstract, Vitols was wanting to compose true Latvian symphonic music, and then came the German press and said, what is here the Latvian? We have to do with German motifs in a German way that they were integrated, in the German way that they got this thematic development, and the whole sound is German. What is here Latvian, please? Yeah. So I had the opportunity twice to be the chairman of one conference where an important Latvian lady presented all that to us. So here I don't see anything national. This is the part of Allegro Moderato, which is not Allegro Moderato. And yep, yeah, thank you. So after, you know, this ostinati that we have here and the Viennese melody at the page 118, we go to this tempest, to this audra, to this whirlpool. These are 8 motives, okay? None of this, as you see, has anything to do with a folk Lithuanian song. And now we go first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Okay, so going to conclusion, in this universe that we live, that Tzoulianis died in 1911, we can for sure say that Tzoulianis wanted to create his own personal language that was beyond the national versus international, except of this harmonization of folk songs. But, you know, 1910, before he died, as he was in Druskininkai, he made an extensive sketch / short score of the so-called Lithuanian Pastoral Symphony. And in contrast to the other 2 pieces that he was working at the same time, that they were highly chromatical, this was not. So in a parallel universe that maybe Tzoulianis would have lived until the 30s or 20s, I could have said until 1910, he was beyond this scheme. But, you know, after 1910, he created this piece where he gave the answers to these questions that he has made to 1910 after music paper that he wrote. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Haris. Any questions from the floor? I just want to ask one question. I was listening to Jure yesterday, and I was struck by that motif that you were discussing at the opening. So how is that motif received generally in Lithuanian, in the history of the reception of this piece? Is it perceived as representing the Baltic Sea, or or the Lithuanian forest? Is it framed in a Lithuanian way?
Firstly, this what you have heard is the remix and not the original. The original we would like to perform next year if I'm finished with my job. And secondly, we need to ask the Lithuanians. And there are two Lithuanian, especially one Lithuanian lady with the name Stanavičiūtė, who is the current leader of research in this field. And as far as I know, Europe, due to the fact that it was a huge piece, difficult and long, firstly, was not performed so many times. And secondly, in the way that Professor Balsis, for political reasons, has done this arrangement, of course, it doesn't strike the hearts of the Lithuanians. They perceive it as, I don't know, I don't like Jura, or I start to listen to Jura and after 10 minutes I check my mobile phone, and they are right instinctively, because this is what Professor Balsis have done, the arranger, he was forced to do that for political reasons. Of course, it was not something done in a way that Čiurlionis wanted. So we want now to represent this work in the original form, so as really to persuade the Lithuanians that this is their masterpiece that they have. Like, Greece has Kalomiris with his symphony, Lithuania has Jura. The first one, the national work of Lithuania, which is Miške, in the forest, is a work as a student, and he has done it several years before. It's a traditional piece, late romantic piece. This is one of the most innovative compositions of 1907. 1910, 1911, not. But 1907, actually, frankly speaking, I don't know any other work of the European literature with this level of innovation.
Thank you. That's fascinating. Okay.
It raises several questions. The remark about what's Latvian about that, or for that matter, I would ask, what's so Greek about the Greek folk song which is incorporated in that? I mean, in Serbia, we would recognize it as our music. It very suspiciously sounds like some of Serbian music, which try to be very Serbian. Ethnomusicologists, colleagues of mine, say if we don't know the origin of a song, we can miss the whole continent. There are things about really traditional music that tend to be very similar across the globe. Something universal.
Frankly, generally speaking, we are now 1902, 1901, and the Greek, let's say, the Greek classical music was determined purely by Italians or French or Germans, and there was absolutely no kind of folk tunes or no kind of Greek subjects there. These that you heard, they were real Greek folk songs, but because it is Balkan, and we are both Balkan countries under Osmanian occupation, 400, 500 years, there was a lot of exchange, and this is what is Greek could be Serbian, or could be, I don't know from which origin, Bulgarian, but it is clear that it is from this geographic region. And now, as I said, it is the beginning of the Greek classical music, so they needed to define themselves what they are, so as then to go direction of Xenakis, Skalfotas, and so on, and Yanni Christo.
Yeah, the need to define oneself, but it still doesn't mean that we are, I mean, that repeats again, I mean, the very similar procedure. Just the idea of defining oneself, whatever the criteria for definition might be.
The situation is that I describe those examples, the Greeks and Jura from Tzoulianis, to show that it is the opposite, to show which are the differences.
Yeah, sure, sure. That's really.
So what is really Greek, or what is really not Greek? You know, it is an aesthetic. It is an aesthetic question that deals with those manifests that they wrote. But they had even manifests. They said what they will do, and they have done. And we don't have Tzoulianis 1903 or 4 showing us what is here Lithuanian from his perception, and I will do that there. So that's why, you know, this piece of Jura, if we want, maybe you have a question, but it will be, okay, so to conclude, if you compose a piece that could be Greek, could be Bulgarian, could be etc., 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 it's not so interesting for someone outside of Greece. Even for the Greeks, it's not interesting anymore. But if you compose a piece like Jura, it has a personal language which can be universal. So this piece can touch the whole world, considering the widespreading of this masterpiece.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. And then the final paper of the morning session is from Gabrielos Simas Sapiega of the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre. And his paper is on the State Music School, the composition class and curriculum as the construction of a cultural musical ecosystem in a unified global context. And I believe he's online.
Yeah, I am here. Hi. I don't know why, but I can't share the presentation. Okay, thank you. Okay, did you see my presentation? Okay, hello, my name is Gabrielos Simas Sapiega. I am a lecturer at the Department of Musicology at the Lithuania Academy of Music and Theatre. I am currently involved in a project of a research council and I am conducting research on the curricula of the State Music School from 1920s to 1933. That is until the year when the State Music School was recognized into the conservatoire. It is understandable that one of the most important aspects of the restored state is the country culture life and cultural education, and in particular the promotion of professional music. One of the most significant expressions of this promotion is the composition class, without, of course, denying the importance of the professionalism of the musicians who will have to promote the future Lithuanian music of the time. In the importance, need, necessity of Lithuanian music is evidenced not only by the echoes of Mikalojus Konstantinas Čiurlionis in the press, with titles such as Lithuania Music by Česlovas Sosnauskas, but also by the musical context of the Society of Arts, announced by the Art Society in 1909, which called for the creation of music which a national Lithuanian identity. Here we could mention the words of the Saint Mikalojus Konstantinas Čiurlionis. We wish that one day we would be able to say boldly, we have our own Lithuanian music, which we have received from our ancestors and which we have kept perfectly intact, not allowing foreign voice to intrude. The creators of that time expressed great concern about the issues of finding Lithuanian music and the search of Lithuanians. But when we talk about composition as an institutionalized direction of education, all of which was happening at the state level, we must undoubtedly also mention the consideration of the educational institutions of the time in relation to education. Here I would like to quote the lead column of the first issue of the Ministry of Education publication. It's called Education War, printed in 1999. Only the fostering of culture can provide an independent tomorrow. As we can see, at that time in Lithuania, at various levels, both institutional and social culture was associated with freedom. In today's presentation, I will try to present the composition class programs from an institutional point of view, because to these days, Lithuania Musicology has undoubtedly published articles of the peripetia of the establishment of a state music school. It is obvious that the School of Composition established in Lithuania in the interwar period became a significant event in the rest of the historical context of the School of Composition. Of course, it does not leave aside how nationally was promoted or created through it, how it was expressed. For this reason, the paper deals with the original of the composition and theoretical discipline class, the prevailing educational and culture context in this time's curricula, current origins, and certain controversies. It is obvious that the historical context, the political system, and the ideology encouraged the adoption of appropriate decisions, not only social but also visible in the arts, that would keep the national consciousness alive. On the other hand, relevant question considering the educational programs of the time are not left aside. First of all, whatever that emergent institutionalization education was capable of education ambitions creators. That second one, that kind of culture field of composition, it promised what future perspectives it offered regarding the curriculum of the emerging professional music school in Lithuania. Third one, whether it's possible to see relevant parallels with other music educational institutions in those foreign countries. First of all, we need to look in more details at the two main programs of the State School of Music in which composition was integrated. The first program was published in 1933 and the second in 1929. Program, I will present a little bit about program of the 1923 and the case of composition class. This program is one of the sleekest. It raises many questions from the perspective of today. It only mentions the form and genres of the pieces of music. It is written in a rather laconic way. In one paragraph, for example, song form, rondo variation, sonata form, or oratorio, opera, etc. We have the impression that when the program was actually written, it was not entirely clear what was to be studied and what was to be learned. It was not detailed, unlike the others. A closer look at the student's file shows that sleekness is a kind of natural phenomenon. Some of the first students enrolled in composition training are from the second half of 1924. Here we could mention the first students from 1924 awards. They studied composition alongside the other main disciplines. They were Leonas Andrijauskas from the theory class, Antanas Budriūnas from the piano class, Antanas Dirvanauskas from the oboe class, and Jonas Nabažas from the theory class also. We could call them the first students of the composition class in the State Music School. In 1927, we see the new names, the names of Natalia Zigleraitė, for whom composition was the main discipline, and Klemas Griausdė from the theoretical class, and Antanas Račiūnas from the piano class. Another important aspect is that there was no definition of the time of what other subjects composition students would study in additional composition. This probably happened very naturally because students who were studying in other disciplines and already had a block of additional subjects in those disciplines started to enroll in composition. This is probably the reason why no detailed list of complementary subjects that would deepen the creative competence were taken up. On the other hand, as mentioned above, the composition curriculum was not crystallized because it was written before the subject itself was introduced in the State School of Music teaching system. We can assume that the missing competence and tradition were proved on the initiative of the specialty teacher in individual lessons. In this case, Juozas Gruodis, who had graduated from the Leipzig Conservatory. Our program is from the 1929, marked a slightly different situation. In it, the composition class emerged as the main discipline, accompanied by a block of additional subjects. The program not only discussed the learning objectives, but also specifically described the examination objectives and the competence expected of the students. However, I would like to start with the list of students which in 1933 was enriched with the names of Bronius Budriūnas, Julius Gaidelis, and Vytautas Račkauskas. The rest, the students mentioned earlier, students intermediate. So the full list of students who study composition before 1933 is Andrijauskas, Budriūnas, Antanas, Budriūnas Bronius, Zigleraitė, Dirvanauskas, Gaidelis, Griausdė, Nabažas, Račiūnas, Račkauskas. Subjects that composers studied as accompanying disciplines, music theory, solfege, harmony. It is likely that students specializing in composition had the opportunity to take other subjects, but the ones I have mentioned were compulsory for studying composition. The manuscript version of the programs also mentioned a course in modern harmony, but this has been deleted. At the end of 7 years of composition, students had to compose for a chamber ensemble, and it was recommended that they compose for a string quartet. The 8 years ambition was to compose a large symphonic work for orchestra or orchestra with vocal part. A long note defined in the program itself, we can see from the exam requirements that composition students studied instrumentation and contrapoint. Some of the exam tasks were very strict, such as composing a motet with a certain time limits, or orchestrating a piece for orchestra within a certain times limit, and so on. It is obvious that the program of the composition was quite ambitious for its time. On the other hand, I started my presentation with the appreciation of Lithuanians in composition and how the program revealed it. This is quite a difficult question about nationality in music, but the allusion to it and the self-consciousness of educational system at the time allow us to take the assumption that the first goal, which was to reflect a national musical culture, was the very fact that there would be professional, competent composers who would be educated in Lithuanian music education, and that their own composition would reflect the cultural self. This can be sustained by the relevant statements in the publication educational work, but also in the relevant consideration of others programs like the program of choir class, that it is obviously obligatory to perform Lithuanian musical composition. This means that at that time at State School of Music, when we may have been an understanding that the professional art of music, which was being fostered in Lithuania, was from the point of view of professionalism and a part with culture and national consciousness. In 18 May 1929, Juozas Gruodis sent a letter to the Ministry of Educational Special Scientists, Scientific Counselor, with accompanying updated programs. The appearance of a corresponding letter and the updating of the curricula were promoted by an instruction from the Secretary of the Ministry received on 14 May 1929 to submit the curricula of the State School of Music for all subjects. The accompanying letter divided the subjects into several main groups, special subjects and compulsory subjects. The curriculum was made up of 14 special subjects and 18 compulsory subjects, making a total of 32 subjects. The letter also mentioned that according to the practice of the Russian Conservatoire, all education is divided into courses and there are annual examination. The rationale for this choice is the desire to ensure that quality of learning. Without, I citing the Juozas Gruodis, without a clear division into course, there may be an opportunity for less diligent students to stay longer in school, completing one course each year and passing the examination of the next course is an incentive to work harder. This statement of Juozas Gruodis indicate not only that the process of advancement required passing examination, but also that failure to pass examination was likely to result in expulsion from the school. The letter explained and discuss why the model of the Leipzig Conservatoire is not suitable for the state music school. While elsewhere for examination at the Leipzig Conservatoire, there are no division into courses and years, and examination are only given at the end of a course, but this is because Germans have little need to be stimulated to work, and for this reason the division of the courses and the early examinations are unnecessary, especially since the students who enroll there are very well trained. As we can see from the citation of Juozas Gruodis, the State School of Music is confronted with several fundamental problems, such as motivation for learning, the desire to have effective tools to motivate the learner, or to compensate for the corresponding lack of a motivation for learning, but also to level of training of the students who enter. The choice of this system, according to the Russian Conservatoire, according to the letter sent by Juozas Gruodis, will enable one to be a serious musician, and in a few years all the musicians' place can be filled with people who are seriously prepared. The State School of Music at the time was not only dealing with the international problems of the quality of the learning process, internal problems of the quality of the learning process, but was also taking a much broader view, which meant that it was concerned about the general issues of the preparation of the musicians, and was attempting to address this phenomenon locally by taking the initiative to train professionals who would, after graduation, take the relevant jobs in the cultural field.
4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, who, as we can see, the State School of Music at the time was familiar with various systems of music education in the other countries. Program where we draw up on the basic of that was really needed to organize the educational process, taking into account the cultural and social nuance of a country and its people. The aim was to adapt as much as possible and to choose only what was necessary. Therefore, it is obviously, even if one visits the present Juozas Gruodis Conservatoire in Kaunas, to see what books or scores has been used at the State of Music School since its foundation, that it's converts countries such as Poland, French, Italy, etc. And that most of the scores were not only works by the authors from those countries, but also printed by publishing houses from these countries. The State School of Music has had its challenge in the formative years, but from the perspective of a music program, we can say that the ambitions were very high. the composition class and its necessity in the context of this school is undeniable from the beginning of its formation by integrating students from other disciplines to the creation of a separate class in which each student will be able to acquire the title of composer. Looking at other music schools abroad creates not only the ambitions to develop the art of professional musicianship, but also to choose the best solutions for the organization of the educational process in the global context of the world, to one day become an institution of higher education in music. This is evidenced by the ambition of a 1929 composition program and examination program. On the more important aspects that reveals a conscious culture, self-awareness is the relations that the education of professional music performer can play an important role in the preservation of cultural identity. And in this situation where has been an effort to associate the professionalism of the composer with the high culture mentality of a nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabrielis. Any questions from the floor? Gabrielis, I just wanted to ask you one thing, which is that you mentioned that Germans have little need to be stimulated to study. Is that, did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, you hear correctly, because it's citation from Juozas Gruodis. He has said why they don't choosing the German tradition. It's that the reason.
That's very interesting. So,
yes.
right.
Yes.
So in his view, Lithuanians in contrast to Germans needed a different method of education, a stricter method. Yeah.
Yes, and for understanding correctly the citation of Juozas Gruodis, it's very important to know that after this citation, he mentioned that Germans, when they enter into the conservatory, they are more educated before than Lithuanian. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that ends our morning session. So thanks again to Gabrielis and all the other speakers from the morning session. Thank you.
Bye.